Welcome back to day 2 of the first annual Denver Democracy Summit, presented by the Josef Korbel School of International Studies at the University of Denver, and in partnership with the Alliance of Democracy Foundation. I'm Ryan Heath.
And I'm Jean Meserve. Yesterday, we explored topics on democratic erosion around the world, in addition to discussions on existential threats to democratic government. Today, we're going to continue by talking about the state of U.S. democracy and the implications for the democratic world. We're also going to talk about civic engagement. Ryan, there were a lot of great conversations yesterday. I think one of my favorite moments came from Secretary of State Madeleine Albright when she said, democracy has to deliver. People want to eat and vote. I thought that really captured why we're all here.
You're right. That was a powerful moment. I put it in my newsletter this morning. For me, the idea that really grabbed me kept coming up in my climate panel, and it was this idea of intergenerational democracy, the idea that we need to reserve institutional space or find a voice somehow, not just for young people who can't vote, but for people who aren't even born yet, if we're going to really protect the planet.
And there is a lot more in store today. We do want your participation. If you look beneath your live stream, you are going to see an online form where you can submit your questions. Please do. We will get to as many of those as we possibly can. And now I am pleased to introduce Fritz Mayer, who is Dean of the Josef Korbel School, and also Anders Fogh Rasmussen, who is Chairman of the Alliance of Democracies. He is also the former Prime Minister of Denmark and the former Secretary General of NATO. They have some important announcements for us.
Hello, I'm Fritz Mayer, Dean of the Korbel School of International Studies at the University of Denver. Thank you for joining us on day 2 of the Denver Democracy Summit. Joining me this morning is Anders Fogh Rasmussen, former Prime Minister of Denmark, former Secretary General of NATO, and Chairman of the Alliance of Democracies, our partner in the Denver Democracy Summit. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Fritz. It's a great pleasure to be here.
You know, Anders, it's hard to believe just a year ago, almost exactly, we were together in Denver and had this idea that we might have a Denver Democracy Summit as a complement to the annual summit that you and your colleagues produce every year in Copenhagen. We had this incredible event with you and Senator Mitt Romney. I think it was the last in-person event we actually had here at the Korbel School, and you know, what a year it's been. I mean, it's just astonishing to think of what has happened in that year. But we had then the idea that we would put on a Denver Democracy Summit. We thought at the time in person, but here we are virtually. As an opportunity to kind of continue the conversations that about the health of democracy around the world that you and the Alliance of Democracies have been hosting. And now here we are today. Amazing. You know, and as you know, Atlantic Alliance is really in the DNA of the Korbel School. Of course, our founder, Josef Korbel, was a Czech diplomat, and as his daughter, Madeleine Albright, mentioned yesterday, you know, they came to America and found their way to Denver, Colorado, and he founded this school. So it seems like a great fit for us. It's just a natural connection. And I'm just so pleased that we've been able to partner with the Alliance of Democracies to collaborate on this Denver Democracy Summit and to collaborate on research and to engage our students in this important work. So that's just wonderful. And I hope next year we'll be able to do this in person in Denver. But we, you know, I think a pretty good chance of that. But I understand, though, you've been hard at work on the next Copenhagen Democracy Summit coming up this spring. And I wonder if you could share with us a bit today about how that's going.
Yes, thank you, Fritz. Through this partnership, we aim to firmly establish a transatlantic extension and platform to discuss the health of democracy and the liberal international order. We are delighted to announce that our annual Copenhagen Democracy Summit will take place expectedly in a hybrid format this May 10th and 11th. 2021 is an exciting year where an alliance of democracies might form in practice. The UK government is planning to congregate some of the world's preeminent democracies, the so-called D10, and President Biden is planning an international summit of democracy later in this year. As you may know, Joe Biden opened the first Copenhagen Democracy Summit in 2018, and we hope to see him back. Under all circumstances, our summit plans to help set the agenda around the need for an alliance of democracies and will unite political, business and media leaders, democracy activists and advocates to bring fresh ideas to stem the tide of authoritarian advance and put democracy back on the front foot.
Well, Anders, first, thank you so much for the work you're doing. It's such important work. I'm really looking forward to the Copenhagen Democracy Summit this May. And thank you so much for being a partner with us in the Denver Democracy Summit. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our next session, a panel discussion, which Anders, you will be a part of. Can the United States lead a global democratic vanguard? Implications for the world. Thank you, Anders.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to our session. Can the U.S. lead a global democratic vanguard? President Biden, in his speech to the Munich Security Conference, said we are engaged in a contest between democracy and autocracy. And he said that fight would require a close partnership among democratic nations. But in our sessions yesterday, it was repeatedly raised the question, does the U.S. have the standing and the credibility to lead a global coalition in support of democracy when its own democratic institutions have been tested in recent months and years by civil unrest, a disputed election, disinformation, and misinformation? So that's what we're going to discuss today. Here to give us their insights, Nicole Bivens-Sadaka, who is Deputy Director and Professor, Master of Science and Foreign Service at Georgetown University, and also the Kelly and David Field Fellow at the George W. Bush Institute. Anders Fogh Rasmussen, Chairman of the Alliance of Democracies, former Prime Minister of Denmark and former Secretary General of NATO. Derek Mitchell, President of the National Democratic Institute, and Daniel Twining, President of the International Republican Institute. Great to have you all with us here today.
Thank you for having us.
Derek, I want to take advantage of your expertise because you are a former ambassador to Myanmar. And of course, we have seen in recent weeks there a coup and resulting democratic demonstrations. The Biden administration has imposed sanctions on Myanmar. Is that enough? What else would you like to see them do?
First of all, thank you, Gene. Thank you to the organizers, to the University of Denver, and to Anders and everyone here, my colleagues. I think the Biden administration has taken a very strong approach to Myanmar. I think it's been appropriate. They're going after the money, they're going after the things that the military cares about, going after the families' perks and privileges, their prerogatives. And targeted sanctions, I think, are necessary to show that we're going to put some muscle behind the rhetoric. But look, we're not going to be able to do this ourselves. We're going to have to get others internationally to step up with us. That means allies like Japan, like India, like the Quad. We talk about Japan, Australia, India. Europeans have stepped up some. That's very important. And ASEAN, the other fellow Southeast Asian countries, have to step up and realize this is a threat to their security. Ultimately, though, the people of the country are the ones who are going to make the difference. I just want to say very quickly, it's remarkable, the kind of resilience. If anybody says democracy is in decline around the world and there's not a commitment to democracy, particularly among the young people, I ask them to look in the streets of Myanmar, not just in Yangon or in Mandalay, but all over the country. This is not just for one political party or a politician. They feel that what the military did was a violation against them. And they're going to stand up and they're going to defend their democracy with courage. And it's pretty inspiring.
We already have a viewer question on this subject. Marjuk Ahmad from Bangladesh asks, how can the Biden administration approach the restoration of democracy in Myanmar and improve the quality of democracy in South Asia in general? Why don't you take that one as well, Derek?
Well, it's a big question about the quality of democracy in South Asia. I mean, that's a step-by-step process. Look, democracy is always a work in progress. And in Burma, when we say restoration of democracy, it's a restoration of certain democratic processes because, it was hardly a full democracy. The military had 25% of the parliament. It had control of the security ministries, had control of the economy. You can change institutions and processes in a country quickly, relatively quickly. Mindsets change much more slowly. And what we need to do, and what organizations like NDI, IRI, and others around the world are about, investing in the people, new generations, opening it up to new people, women, youth, political parties, and building gradually a democratic culture. And in Burma, in the best of circumstances, that was going to take a long time. What has happened with the recent coup is it set it off track. The first step is to get that back on track, to show international solidarity, and then work day by day, side by side with people in Myanmar, as well as throughout South Asia, in alliance in their desire for dignity and a voice and democratic processes and rights.
Daniel, China is casting a very dark shadow over many democracies. And we have another audience question, this one coming in from Aaron Felsey from Arvada, who asks, what would a Beijing-led international order mean for democracy?
Thanks, Gene. It's such a pleasure to be here with you and the Alliance for Democracy and the university. So thanks to everybody. I've been really looking forward to this conversation. So there's been a debate for many years. As China grows and expands its power and influence, do its leaders just want basic security? I think the answer is clear. They actually want to reshape the world order around the Chinese Communist Party's authoritarian norms and one-party system. Their system of total surveillance of citizens, as you see now in Xinjiang and increasingly in the rest of China. And of course, they are exporting that to many third countries. Their system of not tolerating even the mildest form of dissent. I mean, really what we've seen in Hong Kong over the last year is quite extraordinary. Millions of Hong Kong people in the streets protesting not against the status quo in Hong Kong, but protesting against the Chinese Communist Party's efforts to assert literally total control over that very dynamic and vigorous and previously free society that has just been crushed. So Hong Kong is actually an inkling of what is to come. The fact is that democracy is under assault, not just in the physical space, it's very much under assault in the digital space. And part of what is so insidious about China's approach through the digital Silk Road and its other instruments is this effort to control speech, to control and censor people beyond China's borders. Both Derek Mitchell and I have been personally sanctioned by the Chinese Communist Party, as have our organizations, for doing nothing more than saying we think Hong Kong people should continue to enjoy the rights and freedoms they have historically enjoyed, and that they were bound to under law. So it raises the question about what are China's true intentions and ambitions. And the Chinese Communist Party's ambitions fundamentally are to make the world safe for autocracy, which will make it much more dangerous for us and difficult for us in the free world to sustain our way of life.
Nicole, I saw you nodding your head as Daniel was speaking. Do you want to chime in there on the China issue?
No, I think Dan is absolutely right on it. I think we need to recognize that this is not, the conversations about democracy are not just limited to a nice but not that necessary conversation about governing systems in other countries. This is about fundamental key issues which are core to the security of each country, to the economic development of country, and truthfully, and you started your question with this, to the international liberal world order, right? It goes to what are going to be the defining factors and the defining values that guide the rules of the road of how the international community interacts with each other. And it has, for many, many decades now, been democratic values, transparency, openness, the respect of freedoms and human rights. And if we let our guard down and don't recognize that there are other forces that would like to change the structure of the international community, then we will find ourselves in a very different world, which will not be beneficial to those countries that have fought very hard for democracy at home and abroad.
Nicole, the words you use to describe this makes me think that you think the world has let its guard down. Has it?
I think the United States stepped back from leadership on this role, and I think that had a significant impact on the world. I think that happened at the same time that other forces, and China being one of them, has been increasing its effort in this area to engage in a shift in the international system. We also see countries like Russia, which are actively seeking to undermine elections and individuals who are part of a democratic process in many, many countries. And so I think this is an opportunity. I see the glass half full, or even more, an opportunity for democracies to come together to recognize that these are extraordinarily important and urgent issues where we have to join forces to ensure that the democratic system remains free and open.
Anders, as chairman of the Alliance of Democracies, I have to believe that you agree with the other panelists that there should be a unified effort to confront some of these challenges. Here's my question for you, though. Should the US be leading that effort?
Absolutely, yes. I don't see any other candidate to lead the free world than the United States. I know that it's a hard sell in the heartland of the United States to tell the Americans, we need a world policeman. But it is a fact. The world is on fire. We need a policeman to restore international law and order. And I see no other candidate than the US. Can you imagine China? Can you imagine Russia? No, of course not. But the policeman needs a vice sheriff, so to speak. And that's why we need a coalition to put more pressure on the world's autocrats. So my answer to your question is, not only can the US lead, the US must lead. Whether the Americans like it or not, the United States is destined to lead, because we know from history that whenever the US retreats and retrenches, the Americans will leave behind a vacuum, a void, and that vacuum will be filled by the bad guys. And that's exactly what we have seen. Putin of Russia, Xi Jinping of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, Assad of Syria, even Erdogan, all those autocrats have exploited the vacuum and got more room of maneuver. And that's why we need determined American leadership of the free world.
Anders, let me just press you a little bit on whether those sheriffs that you mentioned have the back of the US. We've just seen the Europeans execute a trade deal with China. There's a new Asian trade deal that excludes the US. It appears that many of those people who we might expect to be our allies in this fight are putting their economic interests ahead of democracy. Am I right?
Yeah. And these are negative repercussions of 4 years of retrenchment and retreat from the US. The US partners and allies have hedged their bets. And that's why we have seen those free trade agreements, or those trade agreements with China. Having said that, I would add, I'm disappointed that the EU couldn't wait just a few weeks to coordinate their efforts with the US. The new US administration has reached out to Europe. So I think in a coordinated effort, we could have put more pressure on China. It took the EU 7 years to negotiate this trade deal with China, and then they couldn't wait 2 or 3 weeks. But I see it this way: the Chinese realized that with a new president in the US, an international coalition of democracies was building up. So they moved forward very quickly, gave some concessions to the Europeans to split Europe and the US. And we shouldn't let that happen.
We have another audience question along these lines. Viggo Fischer, a former member of parliament from Denmark, actually, asks, how do we restore closer cooperation between the United States and the European Union? Nicole, do you have any thoughts on that?
I think that we're already seeing that reestablishment of close collaboration beginning. I think it begins with reasserting both rhetorically that union, the transatlantic relationship has always been very, very important to both sides of the Atlantic Ocean, and that we need to restore those ties. So one is the rhetoric, and two is that we, whether it's virtually in these unfortunate times or in person, we have to start to coordinate and collaborate on what our agendas are. And I do think the issue of democracy, both in our respective regions, but also globally, and pushing back on these authoritarian forces needs to be top of that agenda, along with other issues, along with trade and security and those key issues. And I think once we have both publicly, rhetorically, as well as privately and bilateral and multilateral settings, start that reestablishment, we will see a realignment of many of our foreign policy agendas in accordance with our European allies.
As I mentioned in my open, there are some skeptics out there who are saying, who's the US to be preaching democracy? Look at how its own institutions have been stressed in recent months. Derek, what do you think? Do we have the credibility? Does the US have the credibility to make the case for democracy overseas?
I think we do. I think we must. Look, as I say, there's no perfect democracy, and the United States has a lot of work to do here at home. There's no doubt about it. And anybody who says that what happens here in the United States doesn't matter to our work promoting or supporting democracy abroad is not accurate. It does matter what happens here, because America leads just by example. And it can lead in a negative way, as it has in recent years, to be very candid. The face is more illiberal, so the illiberals around the world gain strength, and those who are liberal lose sort of confidence, some confidence. But when we can gain our traction again, we just lead by example. That model matters. That said, that doesn't mean that we have to get our act together and be a perfect democracy before we can support the same values that we're struggling with at home with those struggling for it abroad. And we're finding at NDI, as we talk to our 55 offices all around the world, to our partners, what do they see? How do they react to January 6th? They say, yes, it was disappointing, but you know what? They're also learning positive lessons. They say, well, the institution's held. You had a peaceful transfer of power. We can learn from that. We know we now need to strengthen our institutions. And now, okay, America with more humility can share some lessons learned with us. And if we do that with humility and sharing and recognizing we all are fallen, as it were, and this is the way NDI and IRI does its work, then I think we can, again, show solidarity with those who are looking for us to work with them. They want us to be out there working in partnership with them. We shouldn't let them down.
Daniel, are you hearing the same things from the people in the countries you work with around the world?
Yeah, Jean, thank you. I mean, I totally second Derek's comments. I mean, the question you raise is fundamentally important, so I'm very happy to speak very directly to it. That Americans have been working on our democracy for 244 years. It's never been perfect. In fact, it's been highly flawed throughout much of our history. When Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War said we have to show the world that self-government, rule by the people, can work, right? because of the geopolitical implications of that. America was still a slave-holding society when Woodrow Wilson called to make the world safe for democracy. Women couldn't vote in America. So we've always wanted to balance and see as connected our own democratic progress and our support for democratic progress in the world. That these are two sides of the same coin. And I think Americans understand that, as Derek said, we are not perfect, but in fact, our credibility stems from what we have struggled with and often overcome. I will also say, Jean, that, it's very American of us to think, oh, it's all about us, right? We no longer have the standing. But in fact, you talk to people in Belarus or in Venezuela or Sudan or Hong Kong, wherever people are standing up, Burma. That struggle is about them and their rights and dignity. It's not actually about us. It's not about a bunch of people inside the Beltway or in the United States having a conversation about, our pivotal place. In fact, these people are doing it for themselves. People around the world are standing up because they want rights and freedom and dignity for themselves. And they do want America to support that.
Anders, from the European perspective, I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about the fact that President Trump never called Putin to account for meddling in the 2016 elections. He was supportive of autocratic regimes in various countries around the world. He is still a force within the Republican Party. There is talk that he may run for president again. And I'm just wondering, from the European perspective, if that raises questions about the constancy of the United States, the reliability of the United States over the longer term.
Basically, no, because the relation between Europe and the US is so strong that it goes beyond who is the actual occupant of the White House. And actually, we survived 4 years of Trumpism in the White House. But of course, we have to take into account that he got more than 70 million votes in the US. So I think it's also very much up to the new administration in Washington to demonstrate that they understood the lesson, that they will heal the wounds. Because if they do not understand that, there is a clear risk that we will return to maybe not Mr. Trump himself, but some Trumpism in 4 years' time. So healing at home is important, and reaching out to partners abroad is equally important. In that respect, I also think we, the Europeans, should reach out to the new administration in Washington to demonstrate that we have understood the message that Europe should carry a more fair burden of our shared security.
We have a question from Santiago. Santiago, I'm going to mispronounce your last name if I try, but from Argentina, who asks, how can the U.S. help to fight the surge of extremist political parties or candidates in Europe, Latin America, and in the U.S. itself? Daniel, you want to try that one?
Thanks for the easy softball question, Jean and Santiago. So really, Derek and I run institutes that support strong and competitive political parties abroad. I mean, that really is fundamentally core to our mission. And what we want to see, and I think the answer to the question is strong and vigorous political parties of the center right and the center left in Europe as in the United States and everywhere else. We want to see free and open media. We want to see independent courts, all these things that ensure a level playing field. We certainly want to see politics, as Prime Minister Rasmussen can appreciate from his own experience. We want to see politics revolve around platforms, not personalities, right? And the social media environment in all of our countries really, I think, has transformed democratic politics in the developed West, that, it amplifies unregulated and entirely forms of extremist speech online, really amplify extreme and radical voices. And this has contributed to the populist surge we have seen across the West. So doubling down on strong political parties, but also, frankly, civic education and civic participation. Democracy really is not about a bunch of political elites maneuvering amongst themselves. A strong and healthy democracy fundamentally is about citizens feeling they're connected to their government, that their politicians are listening to them and accountable to and responsive to them. And that means there's a big civic component, that really democracy is a bottom-up matter. It's not a top-down matter of political elites. It's that the people really feel vested in the system.
Derek, your thoughts?
No, I would agree with all of that entirely. I think there have to be certain civic, I mean, again, it's a cultural thing in democracies. It's about guardrails and understanding where the limits are. Institutions have to be strong. There has to be a rule of law and institutional development that can prevent sort of, it depends how you define extreme, but extremes that go beyond the limits of law or propriety or tolerance. That's number one. And then the information space is absolutely the biggest challenges to democracy now is the digital space and how the mere algorithms that are being developed that are encouraging division and hate and misinformation and disinformation, and the inability to address that. So people are in their different silos information-wise. That's creating these feedback loops that just reinforce people's worst instincts and sort of atomize politics. Democracy has to be about community and people debating. And if it's just atomized anger, then you're going to get extreme parties, and then you'll get results that are not in the national interest or international interest.
Nicole, did you want to weigh in?
Can I jump in? Yeah, jump in on that. I could not agree more with both what Dan and Derek has said, but I think, and to add to it, we need to recapture something, both in the United States, but certainly in the countries where many of us work in close collaboration with the courageous activists on the ground. There is a big differentiation between people's partisan views and the integrity of the system. And what we're seeing is a conflation of the two, which is we believe in democracy as long as it gives the results that we want. And I'd rather not hear from those other sides that I don't want to hear about. What we have to do is turn that narrative around and to say our ability to advocate for our partisan views or to advocate for our faith or our local community or whatever our views are is protected by democracy. And an inherent part of that is that we make space for people with whom we radically disagree. And so we have to invest deeply in a system that creates space for everybody and all of the voices to be heard, while we at the same time, but separately, advocate for where we'd love the democracy to come out. And when we see the conflation of the two, and we do see that in so many countries right now, is when we have these extremist parties, and we have these extremist parties that will advance their agenda at the expense of the system. And what we have to recapture, and again, I think it is through the information point and through the civic point, is we all have a shared interest in investing in the integrity of the system. And that is very, very different than our specific desired outcome of what the system will produce.
Anders, this is such a central point. I'd love to get your thoughts on it too, about extremism, disinformation, and democracy, and how we can make this work.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say I'm a bit hesitant to use the term populism, because what is populism? Basically, it's only that a majority of people or a big part of the people are dissatisfied with the way that leading politicians are addressing legitimate needs. So I think the answer to this question, how to combat such extremists and such populism, is that political leaders, democratically political leaders, should address legitimate concerns that people have raised effectively. They have not always done that. They should keep their pledges from their election campaigns, etc., etc. Disinformation, let me tell you that within our Alliance of Democracies, we have established a transatlantic commission on election integrity. The purpose of that commission, which, by the way, co-founded with Joe Biden, the purpose of that is exactly to detect disinformation and to develop instruments to prevent disinformation. So it's a broad range of instruments we can use.
Derek, you mentioned guardrails. Is there a need to strengthen the guardrails that exist or to build some new ones here in the US, given what we've seen over the past several years?
Well, a guardrails in some ways it's institutional or it's laws. It's also just practice. It's just culture where, you know, there are certain things that you can do under law, but you just choose not to do. You have sort of forbearance against doing something simply because, you know, you believe that the process is very important to maintain integrity. Yeah, I mean, I don't go into great, I don't know, detail about American democracy. It's kind of difficult for me to speak on, but I do think we'd have to look at the system and whether the system is working for the democracy as we find it. I think part of the problems we're finding at home is not a problem of democracy. It's a problem of the weakness of our democracy, and that we're losing faith that it's representative, and that the representation in Washington is what people are looking for, that their voices are being heard and represented. So yes, I think there are some guardrails that are needed, but it's really about the practice of politicians. I think the system itself has to be reformed so that the incentives that politicians have to go beyond those guardrails, to go purely partisan, are not there. And that really comes from, I think, changing some of the norms that we've established about pure partisanship and power at all costs.
Daniel, are you on the same page there?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just to drill in, Gene, I mean, none of us have a magic wand, but maybe I could just recite something that Senator Tim Kaine, who's a Democrat on the board of the National Endowment for Democracy, once said to a group I was in, and it really stuck with me. He said, you know, every time, he was just speaking to a group of students, he said, every time you meet a politician, ask him what he's doing with the other party. Ask him to flag one specific initiative he's undertaking in a bipartisan fashion. Similarly, I think I got this from someone called Nicole Bibbin-Sadaka, actually. Every time, I think this is for all of us, every time you send a tweet or post something on Facebook, think, would I say this to someone's face in the real world? I think there is an idea, as Derek suggested, that sort of politics isn't speaking for and representing people, and therefore they're going for these more extreme options. But in fact, actually, it's incumbent on all of us. If we can act in civil ways and encourage cross-party cooperation, not just in the United States, but generally in a democracy, that's how we're going to get things done. Or we can just all be tribal and you know, the polarization thing will get worse and none of our problems will be solved. So I do think it's incumbent on everybody listening here to think about all of our behavior and what can we do to uplift the political conversation, try to get some things done.
Nicole, President Biden has promised to hold a democracy summit. What are your thoughts on what that should look like? Who should be invited?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think that it reaffirms that the United States does have this at the center of our foreign policy and that it's an extraordinarily important point. I love that they're calling it a summit for democracies, not a summit of democracies, because it says that all of the attendees need to establish they are for promoting and supporting democracy at home and abroad. One thing which I think will be important for this summit is to think about everyone shows up with their sleeves rolled up, ready to do the hard work at home and the hard work abroad, and that they're committing to it. I would love to see that the ticket to get in the door is that each country, including the United States, shows up with a plan that is crafted in conjunction with civil society and journalists that says we will work on the tough spots. All of us have tough spots in our country. We will work on the tough spots in our country, and we will commit to supporting the courageous activists around the world who are fighting for democracy and the governments which are working so hard to deliver on democracy for their country. That's going to be a high bar for countries, for governments to actually have a collaborative discussion with journalists and with civil society to own their shortcomings at home and to commit to it abroad. But let me say, if we weren't able to pull that off and we could have that collaboration, that is a process that reinforces democracy, becomes the cornerstone of the foreign and national security policy of other countries. That would be a hugely successful undertaking. And I'm delighted to see the United States in a leadership role on this and talking both humbly but confidently about the importance of this issue.
Derek, Daniel, Anders, I'd love your viewpoint too. Do you have a different vision of what this democracy summit should look like? Anders, why don't I go to you first?
No, my vision is exactly the same. I think it's of utmost importance to gather all the world's democracies. If we join forces, the world's free societies will represent more than 1/2 of the world's economy. And that's a language that will be understood in Beijing. Now, what will be the ticket to participate? Of course, I mean, what is a real democracy? I think we have to be a bit flexible on that, but I would assess that around 90 to 100 countries in the world would qualify for participating in such a summit. Of course, they should conduct free and fair elections. They should respect minorities. They should respect rule of law, etc., etc. There will always be difficulties in a discussion on what should be the exact ticket, but we need to join forces. Otherwise, the world's autocracies will continue to advance.
Anders, I'm just curious what you do about countries like Poland or Turkey. Part of NATO, are they included in a democracy summit, although there are real questions about the state of democracy in those countries?
Yeah, that would be my off-the-cuff reaction. Yes, both Poland and Turkey would qualify to participate in such a summit. I think all NATO countries should participate. I think all member states in the European Union should qualify. Of course, you'll always have discussions about details, about how they conduct democracy in their respective countries. But the overall picture should be that the world's free societies join forces, and they represent such a massive power that they would put enormous pressure, not only on China, but also on Russia and other dictatorships in the world, and we need that.
Derek, do you think the guest list should be that expansive, or should it be more inclusive or less inclusive?
I think there are a number of different visions for this. Personally, I mean, just my view is I would make it relatively small. I mean, I wouldn't make it every country and then who's in, who's out becomes a really big deal. I think it has to be global. It can't be just transatlantic. It has to represent all the different continents and all the different experiences, be quite diverse. But you know, I wouldn't get into the who's in, who's out. I think they have to avoid that. What this should be about, and I think Nicole's idea is great. I think having an agenda for it, both countries themselves bringing something to the table, but just the summit itself symbolically is important. What we're engaged in right now is a competition of norms, values, ideas, and rules in the international system that really is defining the 21st century. And it's represented to a great degree by China because of its power and its reach and its ambitions, but not simply China. It's also Russia and all the illiberal actors we're seeing around the world that are saying autocracy delivers. Democracy is dead. Don't look at that illiberal model. And so this moment is a great, important moment to reaffirm on one side what values, what rules, and what norms are we all committed to as democracies. Whether you're at the table or not, hopefully you can have folks who sign up to whatever it is, this vision, and basically join the competition. The competition's already out there. The Chinese are out there doing it. And what we're doing is saying we as democracies are going to join this. And here's our vision for what we want to see the world look like in terms of transparency, in terms of accountability, in terms of inclusion and representation and diversity. And in that way, it can be a success. And from that, you can have individual agendas for issues of concern, of corruption, of digital technology standards, et cetera, et cetera. That to me would be a quite successful summit rather than getting concerned about which country or not is at the table.
Daniel, your thoughts both on who should be there and what the agenda should look like. What should issue number one be?
I think we've covered most of it, Jean. Don't turn it into a giant protocol exercise. Don't tie ourselves in knots. Let's acknowledge what my colleagues have alluded to, which is that authoritarians are very actively collaborating and colluding to undermine the free and open world. Democracies need to work together. We shouldn't self-deter. We shouldn't negotiate ourselves into a position of not doing anything. We need to protect our free and open societies. We hold the power, and let's try to get some things done. Another point, Jean, is that I appreciate the track one government to government quality of the summit. But in fact, democracy, again, is not about a set of political leaders. It's about the civic and popular underpinnings that make democracy work. So make sure there's a very strong and active civil society component. I mean, one way to get around the conundrum of tough places, Turkey, the Philippines, that we have seen backsliding in, is make sure you have active civil society voices, opposition political voices from those countries, journalists who the government may not like, but are very much the fabric of democracy in those countries. So make it a big tent. Don't just make it about leaders, and make sure there are some deliverables, that really the hard work of democracy, it's like an election. It doesn't, democracy is really not about election day. Similarly, democracy is not about the summit. It's about what countries walk away and go and do to sustain our systems in the context of a world in which they are really under assault every second of every day.
Derek, Daniel, Nicole, and Anders, thank you all for the conversation. Very appreciative. And coming up next, we'll be taking a closer look at the state of U.S. democracy.
Thank you, Jean.
Thank you, Jean.
Thanks.
How much trouble are we really in? That's right, we're about over the next 45 minutes in this panel. I'm Ryan Heath, your moderator. You can sign up free to my Global Translations newsletter for Politico. Just Google Global Translations. The sign up box will be at the top of the page. I think our session topic says it all. So you're not going to have me rehash the last 4 years or the events of January 6th. We've got a stellar panel to dive right into all of that. So it's now my pleasure to introduce to you Steve Israel. He's a former congressman from New York, now at Cornell's Institute for Politics and Global Affairs. Susan Glasser is the reporter we all look to in The New Yorker, and she was a former boss of mine during her days at Politico. Bill Kristol is the founder and director of Defending Democracy Together, an editor-at-large of The Bulwark. They're doing fantastic accountability journalism from a conservative viewpoint. And last, but certainly not least, Sarah Lenti, a political consultant who's now very much the former executive director of the Lincoln Project. Welcome to all of you.
Good to be with
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's just dive right in. Steve, if I could start with you. We know there's problems across all of the layers of American democracy, but Congress, it has to be said, does get the worst possible ratings. It's lost its norms. It's plainly dysfunctional. What did you see from the inside? And tell us, where is the best place to start change?
Well, Ryan, thank you so much for moderating this conversation. I look forward to hearing what my co-panelists have to say as well. Look, people say that Congress is polarized. No, Congress is bipolar. One side of the floor does not recognize the other side of the floor. And that is not a new phenomenon. That has been building for 40 years. It began in the 1980s when Ronald Reagan campaigned against government, saying government is the problem. It was accentuated in the 1990s with Newt Gingrich's scorched earth strategy, 2000 tribalized cable platforms, members either speaking to a Fox audience or an MSNBC audience, and then of course social media. But the most important unintended consequence was the weaponizing of political redistricting, gerrymandering. And I'll give you a specific example. When I was elected to Congress in 2000, I entered January 3rd, 2001. At that time, there were between 100 and 125 competitive seats, districts in the middle, where compromise was rewarded back at home. When I chaired the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, I had, from 2011 to 2016, there were about 75 seats where moderates could win. When I left Congress, January 3rd, 2017, fewer seats. In this Congress, there are 16 seats represented by a Republican, where Joe Biden won, or represented by a Democrat, where Donald Trump won. So the problem is we have redistricted ourselves, gerrymandered ourselves to the extremes to protect incumbents, which is why most of my colleagues, and I'll wrap up here, most of my colleagues did not fear losing an election to somebody from the other party. They feared losing a primary from somebody further to the left or further to the right of them, which meant they gravitated to the extremes. And that is why Congress is a place that now vilifies consensus, opposes any kind of compromise, and is just two tribes, one wearing red shirts, the other wearing blue shirts on opposite sides of the aisle.
Thank you, Steve. I'll back you up with some global context there. I'm from Australia originally, and we have a federal electoral commission. Redistricting is mandated to draw seats with a maximum 5% swing either side. They don't get it right all of the time, but it gets 80, 90% of those seats right into that compromise zone. So there are ways that this can be tackled. Susan, maybe if I turn to you now, we've seen one of the very stark divisions that Steve's outlined via Congress. How important is it that we now establish a very firm baseline for democracy, having let it get out of control over the last 4 years? You know, for example, by establishing the full facts around what happened at the Capitol on January 6th, and using that as a baseline for moving forward.
Well, I'm glad you used the word facts, Ryan, and thank you very much for doing this today. And you know, I also am just looking forward to listening to this group and their insights, because I think that part of the temptation is to want to move on from almost anything and to normalize the ability of the human mind and the political mind, therefore, to get used to even the unthinkable. I think has really been, for me, one of the lessons of the last few years. And certainly when you talk about it's been 50 days since the remarkable storming of the Capitol on January 6th. And, you know, once again, I find myself learning lessons that I was taught and learned and somehow never really fully learned over and over and over again through the last 4 years of the Trump era, which is to say, we're in the crisis. It is not, you know, over because there's a different president. And what is the evidence of that? It is the inability to have a shared set of facts, or even the desire to have a shared set of facts. And I think the idea that a democracy can function without that is a proposition that we are testing in a serious way. And so right now you're in the sort of dancing around its stage where the two parties are kind of negotiating by press conference. It seems to me largely over the terms of a possible 9/11 style commission. But the world has changed, not just since Congressman Israel became a congressman in 2001, but in the aftermath of 9/11, it was still possible to imagine the US coming together over a security threat, and a world in which you could have sort of a commission split between Democrats and Republicans and find the right mix of elder statespeople who could lead that effort and have credibility in the facts that they produced. Right now, it seems to me that unless you have no politicians involved and you know, really experts and Congress that has nothing to do with it, because frankly, you know, Congress failed here as well as Donald Trump failing here. And Congress failed to secure themselves. The question is why? I would particularly think it's a good idea as a journalist. What is the credibility of someone appointed by Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell to assess the security measures of sergeants at arms who were appointed by Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell? So I feel like the taint around our political class is one issue, but more broadly, it's because there's a lack of acceptance around facts. And I do think there is, what the political scientists would refer to as the asymmetrical polarization factor. And, watching Republican politicians, even those who spoke in scathing, castigating terms about Donald Trump and his responsibility for inciting and egging on those rioters on January 6th, to see Mitch McConnell now saying, oh yeah, but if he's chosen as the party's nominee, I'll support him in 2024. Wait a minute, you think this man should possibly be prosecuted and that he did perhaps the worst thing ever done by a president in terms of offense against our constitutional order, but you're totally fine with your political party nominating him? I mean, come on. This, to me, again, just as a journalist, as someone who doesn't wear a red shirt or a blue shirt, this is very, very threatening for our democracy. I'll leave it at that.
How about you, Bill? This kind of jumble or confrontation between the need and the search for facts, and also the eventual need for some form of healing and national unity. How long do we have to push for the facts and not compromise on that versus searching for that common ground? Those calls that Republicans now make in Congress saying, well, it's time to all come together before we've established those facts.
No, it's a good question. Good to be with everyone. Good to be. I wish we could be there in person in Denver. Just one point on Steve Israel's point, which is certainly correct about the House. The Senate, which doesn't have gerrymandering. I mean, it has whatever the Senate has. Different states of different size, but it hasn't changed in modern times. When I got to Washington in 1985, I looked this up. I may have the numbers slightly off, but almost half the Senate, had states in which one senator was a Republican and one senator was a Democrat. In New York, where I'm from, and which Steve represented at the time, would have been Pat Moynihan and Al D'Amato, for example. But that was very common. And then about the other half of the states were split, and it was a little more. 85, the Republicans controlled the Senate, so a couple more states have 2 Republican senators and so forth. Now there's 6 states that have split Senate delegations, 44 that have totally dominated with 22 Republican, 22 Democrat, 6 split, 50-50 Senate. So what's happening is obviously broader than, clever line drawing, also, though that accentuates the problem in the House. And it's probably why the House is even more partisan and crazy in a sense, and less bipartisanship, less cooperative than the Senate. But it is obviously a cultural, social phenomenon, sorting. There are a million deep reasons for this, so to speak. And so that just makes the problem, more serious. And you add on then the successful attempt really by Trump and then by the Republican Party that followed him, enabled him, and is now pretty much, even though he lost, and even after January 6th, doesn't seem to have departed from him much, if at all, to really create an alternate reality, to delegitimize and appeal to facts, to go not just with sort of the normal, if I can put it this way, political lies, but with conspiracy theories, which is a whole nother stage when we're serious and more dangerous, because you can't sort of disprove them. You can have claims about this economic policy produced better results. Someone else can say, well, here are the actual results. And if you say that over and over again, maybe you do get some, the other party retreats a little bit from just a manifestly incorrect factual claim. Once you're in conspiracy theories, there's no retreat, there's no need to retreat. Those usually in American history have petered out at some point. But if you think about it, they tend to peter out because someone confronts them. And they tend to peter out because someone from their own party or their own side generally confronts them. So when McCarthy really got, Senator Joe McCarthy really was taken down because the army, stood up to him, or lawyer sort of on behalf of the army, which was a respected, obviously conservative institution in 1954, as it is today, stood up and said, this is have you no shame, and so forth. And Dwight Eisenhower, the Republican president, basically orchestrated at that point the finally, maybe a little too late, but the destruction of McCarthy's career, really, and eventually a lot of the damage that he did. So there was some real damage, but it sort of faded away. But McCarthy was a senator, not a president. We've just never had the experiment of a president who is, as president, doesn't just use a little demagoguery to get elected, but doesn't use a little demagoguery on a particular piece of legislation, who as president is a relentless, divisive demagogue with strong authoritarian tendencies, with a party that didn't hold him at arm's length and sort of minimize the damage that he could do, but really enabled him, and I would say amplified the damage. So to answer your question, we don't know. We really don't know. I mean, could we be much better off 2 years from now? We could be. Could this be a decade-long problem? It could be. Could Trump be president again in 2025? He could be. But for me, the key thing would be elites, if I can use that term, on the Republican and conservative side, standing up to Trump. And that we certainly haven't seen much of.
Well, Sarah, if I can bring you in on that exact point, what are the prospects for anti-Trump Republicans? The Lincoln Project certainly mobilized them, tried to defeat Trump on his own turf with that red meat messaging. Where do they go now in this kind of, I wouldn't call it a sweet spot, but there's an opportunity. Trump is deplatformed at the moment. So if there's going to be a push either within the party or via some kind of third force, surely it would be now that they can then make their progress.
I think it's really hard right now for the anti-Trump Republicans to get a voice at all. I mean, we've seen Miss Cheney, she's doing a great job. We've heard Mitt Romney, Senator Romney, you know, and he stands up and his voice is heard, but there's just people are not rallying around that wing of the Republican Party. Anecdotally, I come from a very Christian conservative home. My parents hate the way Trump acts, but were Trump supporters and voted for him because of the pro-life issue and because of all the noise around him. Third parties are really, really hard. I came prior to the Lincoln Project, I was with this group called the Serve America Movement, and they were endeavoring to become a third party. But I think what we've learned from that and from Bloomberg's attempt to get ballot access, a sizable third party in America is most likely to always play a spoiler and either help the left or the right. And then secondly, in American politics today, the two-party system has a primary advantage that is just hard. It's a barrier that's hard to climb because of the infrastructure and the funding that surrounds that primary. And then thirdly, the fundraising is just a major barrier just because elections are so expensive right now. As we know, we just came out of it. And it's just very hard for that third party to supersede what others are raising. And I just want to go back really quickly to your point on facts. And I think what we've seen in this last election cycle, and the Lincoln Project played into this as well, with social media and new media today, populism is really colliding with the communication revolution, and the pervasiveness of social media and new media is really kind of, America's losing the ability, I think, sometimes to distinguish fact from fiction. And I think democracy is going to continue to decline so long as those facts are blurred. And so I think we're going to have to take a look at the rules that govern and shape technology and the norms of how we behave in cyberspace and so forth, so on. So I think we have a much larger issue technology-wise that we're going to have to take a hard look at.
Yeah, let's stick on that theme for a moment, and I'll open it up to each of the panelists. What would you perceive as those big structural barriers or reforms that need to happen alongside any tackling or messaging of individual candidates? What are the institutional barriers that we've got to work on in parallel with Trump the individual? Who'd like to go first? Susan, I know you've got lots of views. I'm going to tell you.
Well, I think the problem is that there's been such a fundamental structural shift in both our politics and our media since the 80s, if that's our frame of reference point here. It's not only gerrymandering or the fragmenting of media, but it is a kind of a geographical and just a sort of a sociological sorting and sifting of people that makes for a more partisan era. And, you know, I know we've been struggling for historical analogies throughout the Trump period. McCarthyism and how does that burn itself out is one. Another example that I've been thinking a lot about recently, which doesn't necessarily suggest our troubles are over, is to look at the wave of massive Southern resistance to the school integration decision in Brown versus Board of Education that triggered the modern civil rights movement in the 1950s and 1960s. Because I'll tell you, I was just rereading a book about the coverage of the civil rights movement, and I just stopped cold reading the description of the Southern governors and the ways in which they incited violent racist mobs and the demagoguery as a tool. And what it did, right, in the short term was it actually silenced and disappeared white Southern moderates. That there was actually more diversity of viewpoint and more support for desegregation among white Southerners in the initial aftermath of Brown versus Board than there was over the subsequent years. That a hardline policies and divisiveness by political leadership led not only to political violence across the South, but it led to a kind of hardening of divisions and tribalism, and it escalated the violence over time rather than de-escalated it. And it's interesting because we've talked a lot about, well, what did the storming of the Capitol look like? What kind of an event was that in American history? And I just, coincidentally, reading this bit of history at the same moment, I have to say, it's a reminder that rather than the normalcy so many people crave, we could be looking at a period of more confrontation and more violence rather than, wow, that was just this terrible moment and people will be shocked and come to their senses. Can anyone reasonably look at what you're hearing from the Republican Party in the month since the storming of the Capitol and think that this is a party that is shocked itself into a more responsible position? I don't think the answer is yes there, unfortunately. If anything, it's revealed that the Liz Cheney wing of the party, the Bill Kristol wing of the party is as small as people thought that it was during the Trump era. So you ask about reforms and media reforms. I'm very skeptical that we have any kind of political consensus or ability to legislate a kind of more civil thing. I think Joe Biden is engaged right now in an experiment that will tell us something, which is to say, by consciously and purposefully changing the tone, dialing down the rhetoric, overtly reaching out to Republican governors and Republican office holders at all levels. Does changing the tone lead to any consequences when it comes to governing and when it comes to our politics? We are having an experiment in that right now, so we will see some answers to that question at least.
Ryan, may I
Yes.
agree with Susan and add a few things. Bill made the point about residential sorting patterns, and Susan reinforced that. This, I think, is one of the least understood and covered aspects of the decline of democracy. There's a guy, I love reading the Cook Political Report every day. For my money, Charlie Cook is one of the best prognosticators in the business. And he's got an analyst named David Wasserman, who actually did a survey of every congressional district in the country. And this is what he learned. If you live in a congressional district with a Cracker Barrel restaurant, chances are your member of Congress is a Republican. And if you live in a district with a Whole Foods, chances are your member of Congress is a Democrat. If you live in a district with both, chances are it is a swing district. Now think about what that means. It means that people are literally living two separate existences. No wonder they believe it's the other. If you are in a red district, you wake up in the morning, you maybe you're watching Fox and Friends, and then you go to, if you're a congressman in a red district, you put on Fox and Friends, and then you go to the coffee shop for breakfast, and then you speak to a Rotary Club, and then you may go to a plant where every worker has the same view, and then you may do a dinner at your local Republican club, and then you go to sleep to to Sean Hannity, right? And if you're a Democrat, you wake up in the morning in the Upper West Side and you go to the Starbucks or maybe Zabar's, and then you go to the Eleanor Roosevelt Democratic Women's Club, and then you have social justice Democrats, and you go to bed listening to Rachel Maddow. It's not just the members of Congress, it's all the constituents have the same experience. So yes, there are now two sets of facts because you
Can I ask you, Steve, because I think on the basis of that theory and the fact that our technology is becoming so sophisticated now, where we have so many choices, we can target so many interests via algorithms, that in fact, we might just be headed for a worse version of today because we'll continue to self-segregate in extreme ways.
This is what I worry about, because most people now are getting their news content by algorithm, right? They're self-curating their sets of facts. Now, there are a few things we can do about it. It's difficult, but there are structural things. Democracy does best when you have a robust and diverse middle class. The middle class has been in decline in America, so people are kind of losing that sense of cohesion and their neighbors having a different ideology. Fundamental campaign finance reform might restore some confidence in the ability of democracy to work. But these are tough structural changes. I share Susan's skepticism that we're going to be able to achieve many of them. But if we don't, we're in a boatload of trouble going forward, worse than it is today, I'm afraid.
If I can bring our conservative panelists back in now, it might be a very fragmented underclass in the US, as in the various strands might not have a lot in common, but how much can we do to address that underlying economic inequality or anxiety, which drives sort of multi-generational poverty and has put some people into the arms of Trump? What could Biden do to go via the economic route?
I mean, people are thinking a lot about that. I'm skeptical about the whole economic explanation. I mean, people aren't. I mean, for all the problems of globalization, and there are real problems in parts of the country and so forth, the empirical evidence on this is pretty mixed, and it's not so obvious that this is a big driver of what's been happening. The people at the Capitol were not mostly unemployed. They weren't mostly. A lot of them had gone to college. A lot of them, and this is true. The Trump vote. Trump did better among wealthy Americans than among poor Americans. Right? So let's not overdo the economic distress. Now, has there been, the growing parts, obviously we're all familiar with the data about the growing economic parts of the country, and those tend to be more liberal, and the declining, parts of Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and so forth. So I'm not, minimizing that. And obviously there are probably things we should have done that we didn't do to try to address some of the negative consequences of globalization. I'm personally worried more the other way, though, that we'll try to address them in ways that are foolish. Ultimately, economic growth is the best thing for people. Ultimately, some people, it's not a good thing to tell young people, hey, we're going to revive your little former mill town in Northeast Pennsylvania, and you should stay there. You're not doing anyone a favor. You know what? And if that person can get a very good job in the Bay Area, this is one of these things that happens in a dynamic society. So I don't mean to be too heartless, and I certainly am aware of the political problems and constraints, but I think it's important not to be overly kind of cosseting, if I could just be candid here, of those concerns, and or pretend that they can be solved by some magic, tariffs, or I don't know, I'm for Romney and Biden is a much greater child credit. There are things we can do to help people make the tax code less, more egalitarian, frankly. There are some pretty standard, I would say, mostly liberal economic policies that should be pursued, and that Joe Biden's going to pursue. But I was very struck by Susan's analogy to the to massive resistance to the 50s. Ron Brownstein compares it to the 1850s, the run up to the Civil War. Hopefully, we're not in quite as bad shape as that. But I do think people now agree. It wasn't obvious at the time, to be fair, that the Supreme Court, when they sort of endorsed, what was the phrase they used, a gradual means. There's a phrase in the Brown v. Board where they said, or in the subsequent litigation, where they said, we're not going to insist on desegregation right away. We're going to let the South sort of adjust to this gradually. And I do think in retrospect, that was probably a mistake. They probably should have sort of tried to lance the boil. There probably would have been more support right away for doing so. But think about civil rights. I mean, what was key? Adlai Stevenson, the Democratic nominee in '52, had a total segregationist as his running mate. Kind of amazing when you think about it, since Stevenson was such a darling of the intellectual liberal class. John Sparkman, who was a pretty intransigent, just Southern, manifesto signer. I think Kefauver was the VP in '56. He was more mixed on race and progressive in general, populist in a way. But in '60, Kennedy picked Johnson, who had been more liberal on race, not a profile in pure courage, you might say, but had shepherded the 1957, as I recall, civil rights bill through Congress, and was more open to what was going to happen. Texas is a little different from Alabama, obviously, also. And then Johnson becomes president, and Johnson does the civil rights. So, is a profile in courage in terms of civil rights, whatever his other problems as president. and does it and takes the political consequences of doing it too, which he foresaw. And they break the Southerners try to filibuster, and Johnson and Everett Dirksen get bipartisan coalition to beat it. It's a reminder that you do need leadership to deal with these things. So I guess I'm coming a long way around to, I'm totally agreeing that there are, as I said, deep social and cultural and some economic problems, and social media contributes. Congress, I do think, is the most broken branch of government. The parties are broken, especially the Republican Party. Not everything in America is broken. You could argue that the Trump years showed that the judiciary is pretty reasonable. I mean, liberals don't like all these Republican appointees, but they mostly did the right thing, I think one could say, after the election, and didn't, weren't utterly partisan at all. And maybe they will be on some other issues. The executive branch were complicated, but there too, there were norms that held up and institutional constraints that mostly, I would say, held up. I do think Congress, just because of the way it's developed over 30, 40 years, combined with the partisanship, since Congress is the elected branch, and therefore the distortions of polarization, and particularly the asymmetric distortion of the Republican Party, you see it in Congress. So the nexus of parties and Congress, I do think, if you were a political scientist, is kind of the most dysfunctional part right now that needs to be addressed. But again, so these are all, and these do have possible reforms, voting reforms, and campaign finance reforms, and congressional procedure reforms, and so forth. But I do think you can't get away from the fact that you need Lyndon Johnson type leadership to lance the boil, which for me means confronting the big lie, confronting Trump and Trumpism in the Republican Party. We had a piece in the Bulwark, which you were kind enough to mention, pretty critical of a congressman who had sort of been very critical on January 7th, but now was kind of critical of Liz Cheney, because why is she still keeping this alive? Can't we just all get along and, gradually bring people over, kind of the late 50s, sort of attitude of some of the, so there's a decent person in some of this Congress. I think this congressman does not, he believes in democracy and so forth. But it's, and he had an argument with one of our writers who had written critical of what he had said. And I think he's just wrong. You need to, there's sometimes you can just go along and things sort themselves out, kind of, and time heals.
On that confrontation question.
But I don't think in this case. What's that?
Yeah, on the confrontation question, I want to give you a chance, Sarah, to come in as well, picking up that sort of Lyndon Johnson style leadership point. It just occurred to me listening to those answers, we're 5 white people here, and if economic anxiety isn't all of the answer, and leadership on some of these thorny inclusion questions is required, like how much are we not talking about race here? How much of the Trump Republican problem is dressed up racism that we just need to tackle head on as part of this process of confronting the legacy of everything going back to slavery in this country?
Yeah, I do think racial justice is something that we have to take a hard look at. Recall George Floyd and the role that played, and that really, I think we're going to look back in history and look at that moment, and you're going, I think it was a moment, and it was I think lines were drawn. I think that's where I mean, you can go back to Charlottesville and you could say that's when the real discussion on, what is America? How segregated are we? White nationalism. But I do think that George Floyd was that moment during the 2020 campaign where we saw sides divide. In terms of structural reform, I think you have to look at voter registration, right? You have to make it easier for people to vote. And I think Georgia was a great example of that. And then redistricting, we've got to stop drawing lines that silence voices. And then when it comes to the ideological things and the views and taking a broader look, I mean, policing, there is an incongruent relationship between brown and Black communities and the police right now. Unemployment, people of color tend to be unemployed first when we hit hard times, and we're seeing that with COVID. Education, I mean, there's school segregation and how we approach ed and higher ed. I mean, these are all things to be grappled with, and these are going to take a long time to solve, and this is in and of itself isn't gonna fix our democracy. I think the other thing to remember that democracy doesn't happen by accident. We've got to work for it. We got to strengthen it. We have to renew it. And I also think that we also have to take Americans. There is citizen responsibility angle that we don't tend to talk about. We always talk about, what can Biden do? Yes, rhetoric matters, leadership matters, but citizens also have to take responsibility for their actions. They chose to storm the Capitol, and they choose to listen and to not read and to be myopic in our views. So I think we also have to get back to holding voters accountable for our actions and for what we expose ourselves to, and getting to know people in our community. I mean, I think it also comes back to who we surround ourselves with, and it's a huge issue.
Yeah, and on that exact point, I wanted to bring in some audience questions now. And I think what I'm going to do is combine a few of them, because there's a theme that runs through them, and it's on this theme of citizen responsibility and local action. A lot of them, including Deanna from Texas, a couple of Korbel students, they want to know what they as individuals can do to lower the temperature in America. So I don't mean to turn you all into therapists, but if we can shift away from the federal sort of big picture politics into the what can we all do in our lives to actually make this a more functioning democracy? Dive right in. Maybe back to you, Steve or Susan.
Well, we need to just break out of our bubbles. That's hard to do. And so, I used to read the New York Times and watch MSNBC. I started reading Bill Kristol as a member of Congress. I think it's important. It's hard to do, but you've got to expose yourself to other arguments. I write a weekly column for The Hill, and my holiday column every December for the past 4 years was the Trump voter that I had lunch with. I would just say, if you're interested in having lunch with me and you support the president, let's do it. And I would meet strong supporters of the president and just have an engagement with them. And we realized that we disagreed on 80% of issues, but there was 20% that we could agree on. So it's a matter of breaking out of the bubble. One more thing. I'm not a scholar of democracy, but I know practical politics. If I had a candidate that had a 37% job approval, mm-hmm. and a message that was completely irrelevant to voters, when I chaired the DCCC, I would figure out what was going wrong. I would do qualitative research.
And you're talking about democracy here? Democracy is the 37%?
There's a 37% job approval, and its messaging is completely irrelevant to most Americans. Nobody has figured out, we all have theories and we're smart people, but I think we've overlooked voters. I don't think we've done the kind of research with voters that needs to be done. I don't think we've done the focus groups to really understand why they have this animosity towards democracy, or if not animosity, this antipathy towards it. And I don't think there's been enough messaging. In politics, the cardinal rule is you meet voters where they are. Nobody's met voters where they are on the issue of democracy. We have had public service announcements on litter. We had don't just say no. Don't mess with Texas.
We did. We made it easier to vote in the last election. Voters loved that. It was just Republicans in Congress who didn't love it.
My point is there's been an anti-government narrative since the 1950s, really, at the beginning of, or 1960s, beginning of the monopoly of talk radio. There's not been any kind of public narrative that talks about building resilience for democratic norms and the importance of those norms.
When I was studying, I'll just say that when I was studying for this, I was thinking about the Civil War, and I was thinking about history, and I came to the point where I thought, we always look to history on how we solve our problems in democracy. And to the point on psychology, I do think it's time that we start to think about the science of the mind and behavior and what that actually could mean in American politics. I don't know how you do that, but I do think it's something to think about and to look at. And I'll say one more thing. It doesn't, I'm living in Denver, and I'm in I'd say a transitioning neighborhood, and my kids, I had the opportunity to send them to an all-white school, basically where, it was wealthier, or our neighborhood school. And my kids are the only two Caucasian children in their classroom. And I think that increment, if more parents and can make that jump and can think all of those little incremental, when we're talking about things that we can do at home, I think those small changes over time are going to make a difference as well.
Ryan, I want to make 2 points quickly. One is that the United States loves to think of itself as an exceptional country, but in many respects, it is not an exceptional country, and that this trend of declining faith in democracy is one that has been observed in democracies around the world, emerging democracies such as Hungary and Poland, which came out of the Cold War, joined the European Union, and have had authoritarian leaders, in some cases very Trumpy-like authoritarian leaders. You look at Viktor Orban, for example, in Hungary. And, this is a macro trend that is existing in industrialized countries around the world. I think the shock for many people the last few years was realizing that it was happening inside the United States as well. The first constitutional representative republic of its kind, right? And so it challenges some fundamental ideas about American exceptionalism. But I think one of the questions is, Americans are always resistant to this. What can we learn from other countries that have faced issues like this? Remember that when Brexit happened in 2016, just as a sort of seen as a foreshadowing in some ways of the Trump election, it did not lead to the splintering and the dissolution of the European Union, which was one forecast that many had for it. So, what can we learn from that experience and from others around the world? Secondly, I will say, generally, I realize that this is a sort of a pessimistic conversation, and understandably so. But I would point out that the interesting thing about the challenges to our democratic system itself that Donald Trump launched after, during and after the 2020 election. These were breathtaking. I think they were the most serious attack by a president of the United States ever on the legitimacy of our system of government and therefore on the Constitution. It was shocking and remains shocking to this day how many Republicans have been willing to follow him into that dead end. However, what held up was our judicial system, and in many cases, the state Republican officials and state Republican parties that would not follow Donald Trump and his enablers into the realm of denying the facts as they saw them before their eyes. And you can look at this both ways, of course. You can say, well, this is, terrifying that it had to come down to this, it never should have, especially imagine if it actually had been a close election, which it wasn't. For all of the focus on Donald Trump's phone call to the Georgia Secretary of State and to the fact that the Secretary of State and the governor, who were both Republicans, withstood his pressure, actually Georgia didn't matter. And it was not crucial to the outcome of the election. But what if it had been?
In the Senate, it was crucial to the Senate.
Yeah, well, that's true, but that's a different issue because those elections were not challenged. So just talking about the presidential election. At any rate, you can, though, look at this as a positive. So when your questioners are asking, what can I do at home? Insisting on old-fashioned things like the rule of law, reality-based, it's much harder perhaps to engage in right-wing fever swamp conspiracy theory fantasies when it's your neighbors, when it's your own vote, or it's the vote of your father, your brother, the person that you work with, your insurance agent. It's a lot harder to throw those votes out for illegitimate ideological reasons. And so, again, the decentralization of the system, which is something we've been hearing from Republicans for decades, I think many Democrats and many observers of the system are now realizing that also is some protection when you have someone at the federal center who is threatening democracy itself.
Absolutely.
Can I just add one word? I think I just say, electoral
one final thought.
What?
One thought. We're out of time, actually, Bill. But
electoral politics matters. Brad Raffensperger either will or won't win a primary in Georgia in 2022. Virginia, Democrats will either nominate a moderate or not so moderate governor candidate, and these things are not, we shouldn't be too fatalistic about them. Joe Biden won the Democratic nomination and is president of the United States. He is not a radical. He believes in unity. He believes in working across the aisle. So politics matters, and get involved locally and at the local, state, and federal level in politics.
Thank you so much, Bill. I've got 2 data points to add to what Susan was saying. In a former life before Politico, I worked for both the British government and the European Union. I sadly watched too much backsliding in Hungary. And my big regret is that we didn't jump in sooner when we saw the warning signs as early as 2010 there. And I watched in Britain as governments didn't defend themselves against the onslaught of attacks on the European Union. It was decades of vitriol against that institution, and we reaped what we sowed when it came to that referendum in 2016. So the lesson is early action when you see a problem. I want to thank all of our panelists. It's been a great discussion. I wish we could talk all day. We're now going to throw it over to some live cartooning. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emily Parker.
My name is Nader Hashemi.
My name is Felipe Vieira.
My name is Anushka, and I'm a second-year master's student in the International Security Program at the Josef Korbel School.
I'm Deborah Avant, and I'm a professor of international studies.
My name is Jennifer Williams, and I'm the senior foreign editor at Vox. I was in the inaugural class of Sea Fellows and received my MA in International Security from the Korbel School in 2012.
I received my bachelor's in 2012 and my master's in public policy in 2013.
I'm the director of the Center for Middle East Studies at the Josef Korbel School.
I received my bachelor's degree in international studies from the Korbel School in 2012.
Democracy, to me, is a constant work in progress, with an emphasis placed on trust, transparency, and freedom.
For me, as a journalist, democracy means the freedom to hold even the most powerful people in the country to account.
It's a political system that has been designed to bring about the peaceful transfer of political power.
To me, democracy means the opportunity for every person, regardless of their background, to exercise their voice.
It is the mechanism through which we can make people's lives better.
Democracy is more than a system of government. It really is a method of living through which we share information, test ideas, discuss results, and work collectively to manage our interdependence.
It's not a one-size-fits-all concept. It should be tailored so that everyone, no matter where they call home, feel represented. No one should be frozen from the process. Thank you.
If there's one place you would hope to see democracy functioning well, it's in the US Capitol, which has been a global symbol of democracy over the centuries. But since January 6th, it's actually come to represent something quite different. It's come to represent our divisions. And although there's a lot of talk about unity and compromise, in fact, on Capitol Hill, there is a lot of partisanship and polarization. So here to talk about it today, 2 men who have been in the middle of all of this. pleased to have with us Senator Michael Bennet. He's a Democrat from the state of Colorado, and former Senator Jeff Flake, a Republican from the state of Arizona. Great to have you both with us here today.
Good to be with you.
So you were both members back in 2013 of the Gang of Eight, a group of 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans who worked together to come up with a compromise piece of legislation on immigration. It passed the Senate with Republican votes before eventually failing in the House. Senator Bennet, I'd like to ask you if today, in 2021, if there is any possibility of that kind of bipartisan effort on such a contentious and radioactive issue as immigration. Would it be possible today?
I think it'd be very, very difficult today, partly because Jeff Flake's no longer in the Senate, John McCain's no longer in the Senate. You know, the founders created this country not with the expectation that we would agree with each other, but with the expectation that we disagree with each other. And I actually don't think it's about, you know, shabby compromise. I think it's about getting a more imaginative and more durable solution because of the conflict that leads to a solution in a democracy, because there's no king or tyrant to tell you what to think. The only time on a hard issue that I've been in the Senate where we've done that was the Gang of Eight immigration bill. And it reflected the idea that people from different geographies, different parties, different perspectives, different walks of life would have something different to contribute to a piece of legislation that, if you could get it passed, could actually endure because it reflected a consensus view of the American people. And that's what we did with the Gang of Eight.
Senator Flake, do you agree it would be impossible today?
I agree. I find it hard to believe that it could. I mean, it didn't happen, you know, after 2013. I think Michael's right. It's about the last example on a big contentious issue that you've had, you know, the way the Senate used to work, frankly, a bipartisan group meeting. In our case, it was about 7 months, virtually every night that we were in Washington, you know, hammering out details on it. And then, you know, what is just, you know, unheard of kind of today is for Democrats and Republicans on, you know, in the Gang of Eight saying, we're going to protect this product. We might have to vote against amendments, you know, when it goes through the process that we really like, but we're going to, because that will keep this product, you know, as something that will gain support, consensus support at the end. And it passed 68 to 32. So yeah, it'd be very difficult today, and but it was a great way to start the Senate. When I moved from the House to the Senate, McCain pulled me aside and said, "Hey, let's do immigration reform. It'll be fun," he said. I think he lied about that, but it was certainly meaningful, and it was you know, a great way to start my time there.
But have things fundamentally changed? Go ahead, Senator.
I was just going to say, it's, I think, really important to remember why that bill did not become law, and helped set the conditions for an anti-immigrant president to run for office. And that was because the Tea Party exercised a veto in the House of Representatives. So a minority of the majority said, we will not allow this bill to go for a vote in the House. If it had been put on the floor of the House, it would have passed. And we would have done the work that we needed to do to secure our border and also give a pathway to citizenship for the 11 million people that are here. So just an illustration of the damage that this hyper-partisanship really inflicts.
Agreed.
So now we're looking at COVID relief legislation. There may, in fact, I think, be a vote today in the House. President Biden has said, I want this to be bipartisan. Hey, you folks on the other side of the aisle, if you don't like this, give me your ideas for cutting this. And yet we have Senator Portman saying he hasn't really made a sincere effort to make this a bipartisan piece of legislation. Senator Flake, as a Republican, I'm interested in what you think about the partisanship or lack of bipartisanship around this legislation, which, by the way, polling shows that the American public wants.
Well, yeah, I'm obviously disappointed that there can't be, in this first you know, big legislative effort in the Biden administration, some bipartisanship. The other COVID relief packages in the past year have received bipartisan support. So I think it's unfortunate. And I think that on the Republican side, there haven't been enough of my colleagues willing to compromise on this. I think on the Democratic side too, there's a lot of pressure from the more progressive wing of the party that says, "Hey, now we're in charge. We shouldn't have to compromise." So it's unfortunate. I hope in the end we see a product that is that has input at least from both parties, but it doesn't look like that right now.
Senator Bennett, your take?
Obviously, it would always be better for it to be bipartisan. I don't think that's going to probably happen in this instance. And what I do know about the bill, coming from a state that's a swing state, a purple state, a third Democratic, a third Republican, a third independent, is that it is broadly popular in my state, in red and blue counties. So I look forward to voting for it. I look forward to defending it in my reelection campaign. And I think that people who voted for the Trump tax cuts for the wealthy are going to have a very hard time explaining why they are voting against the Biden tax cuts for working people that cut childhood poverty in half. I don't understand it. I can't explain it. I think they're going to have a very hard time explaining it themselves.
Does this increase disillusionment with government when you have a majority of the American public saying, we want this legislation, and yet Congress just can't get it done? Senator Flake?
Yeah, I think it does. Now, I should say, though, it's not always the case that what the public wants out there is the best thing. Take, for example, back in 2003, Republicans pushed through, with some Democrat support, but not much, the prescription drug benefit, which, for me in my district, I have Leisure World and a lot of subsidized, prescription drug benefits, but it also added about $11 trillion in unfunded liabilities over 75 years. And so Congress is there to make decisions, not based on, what the public necessarily wants in that moment, but what's good for the country in the future. So, but I do think it does, it does contribute to disillusionment when you look at a body like this and see a package that won't have likely one Republican supporting it. So it does, but I do think that there is room still. I think that some of the Republican ideas that have been put forward in terms of maybe topping or capping the amount or the income level that could receive some of this stimulus funding or COVID relief funding, I think some of those are good ideas, and I hope that in the end we can have some Republican support.
If I could push back on you just a little, and I'd like input from both of you on this. You said it's up to the Congress to decide what's good for the country, and that's true. But there is a perception amongst some Americans that really you don't care about the public up there. All you care about is power and politics, and that's all it's about. Senator Bennett?
I think the reason look, there are lots of reasons people are disillusioned with the federal government. We spent, 20 years fighting 2 wars in the Middle East with quite uncertain result. China has grown in ways that have made our economy collateral damage, and it's not apparent to the American people that we've done anything about that. And we really haven't delivered anything that's made a meaningful difference in their lives. And that's why, this massive increase to the child tax credit, which is the bill that cuts childhood poverty in half, which has been my bill for the last 10 years. Mitt Romney actually now has a version of that bill that he just introduced 2 weeks ago. Finally, what we'd be saying to the American people is we can make a difference in your lives, not just, a difference to the richest people and the most powerful people in the country. And I think that's the opportunity that we have right now in the wake of a pandemic that has revealed, among other things, the really sorry condition of our healthcare system and our resilience. And that's because of 20 or 30 years of a lack of investment in the American people and in our physical infrastructure. And I think if we begin to change that, I think we can begin to build confidence. Joe Biden, by winning this election, does not have a fiat to rule. He has the opportunity to earn the American people's confidence and trust. And I hope that's how he approaches the job, because we can restore faith in our exercise in self-government.
Senator Flake, when you left the Senate, you said there may not be a place for someone like me. You weren't an avid supporter.
There is. Come back.
You got one request here. You weren't an avid supporter, to say the least, of President Trump. As you see more and more moderates deciding to leave the Senate, and as those who remain face the prospect of being primaried, what does it say about the future of polarization and partisanship in the US Congress? Is it only going to get worse?
Oh, well, I mean, that's the direction certainly right now. There's just, and Michael will second this, I'm sure, there's very little currency for bipartisanship and for reaching across the aisle. It used to be in campaigns, and you can look back at old campaign brochures where people bragged about, hey, I worked with the other side. I got this passed. That used to get you accolades, and now it gets you a primary. And so there's just very, very little, to recommend, politically at least, working with the other side. Every inclination when a tough issue comes up, whether it's immigration reform or a COVID relief package or climate change, is to basically rush to your tribe, because as soon as you indicate that you might be open to debate or persuasion, then you're hit from both sides. And it's not a comfortable place to be. And so the political safety right now is to kind of rush to your tribe and to figure, I only want to anger one side. And that may be more politically safe, but it's horrible for the country. It really is. So I think it having Joe Biden in the White House, somebody who, was in the Senate for 36 years, when that body, really earned its moniker as the world's most deliberative body. He knows how it works. And I'm sure just having better, behavior modeled from the White House will help a lot. But I don't know if it'll be enough. I hope we can make some inroads on some issues beyond the COVID relief package. And I think we will. I think infrastructure, it's always kind of been the white whale, but I hope we can get there on infrastructure and a few other issues.
Senator Bennett, your thoughts on whether the current polarization in the country will drive further polarization in the Congress?
Well, first of all, the cost to the American people of this polarization is enormous. So Jeff mentioned climate change. I agree, by the way, with everything he said. Jeff mentioned climate change. You can't solve climate change 2 years at a time. You can't elect one Congress and have them put in the answer, then have another Congress take it out, then put it in, then take it out, then put it, which has been the story of healthcare for the last 10 years. That cannot be the sort of end point of our democracy, because if it is, we'll never solve climate change. Democracy won't be able to solve it. Maybe an authoritarian regime like China might solve it, but we won't be able to, which is why we have, for a durable result to happen, you've got to find a result that you can preserve and protect even through changes in political parties. And that's what we got to find a way to get back to. I think to do that, we're going to have to reform our political system. I mean, Jeff will remember this. The sort of canary in the coal mine here was another Senator Bennett. He had two T's at the end of his name, who was running in Utah for election. He got taken down on a Saturday morning in, kind of a back room of this really small caucus session that came after him for the Tea Party for having worked with Ron Wyden on a healthcare bill. And ever since then, it's been one cascading thing after another. We have to find a way to broaden participation, open up the ability of people to participate. I think get rid of partisan gerrymandering in the House. I'm interested in things like ranked choice voting for the Senate, and obviously getting money out of our political system would also help. But we've got to find a way, and it shouldn't be surprising, because every time we've had kind of a Senate or a House that actually begins to work again for the American people, it's sort of preceded by a period of reform. And that's, I think, where we need to be now.
But I'm wondering if you can institute those kinds of reforms given the polarization in the Congress, or there's instant pushback to those kinds of proposals.
Well, I'll speak for myself. It's extremely, extremely challenging when you got, somebody like Mitch McConnell, who's a very, very strict adherent to his view that there should be no restriction on, money in politics, just to take that as an example. It's very tough. I mean, that's an ideological position of his. But we're going to try, I think, in this Congress to see if we can make progress. And I've been telling the people on my side, we should call our bill, which I hope will include things like my bill to ban members of Congress from ever becoming lobbyists, that we actually passed the Drain the Swamp bill that Donald Trump promised he would pass, but never actually did pass. And I would then be able to go to the reddest parts of my state and say, let me tell you what we did to put your voice in politics and to take the money out of politics. I'd love to spend the next 18 months doing that.
Senator Flake, I think you were about to jump in.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more in terms of political reform, electoral reform in the states. We saw it happen. For example, Lisa Murkowski is one that's likely to work with Democrats more than perhaps any other Republican. She might have that luxury because in Alaska now, there's a top 4 system with ranked choice voting.
Exactly, yeah.
And frankly, here in Arizona, for years and years, Senator McCain and me and Senator Kyle and others spent a lot of time and resources, campaign money to try to hire people, to bring more people, to have greater participation on the Republican side in precinct committees, and to get maybe a saner Republican Party. That required a lot of time and resources, and we're all gone from the Senate and politics now. And that ship has sailed, in Arizona. And so the only thing to do now is to change the way we elect people. I'd love to have something like Alaska just did. If not that, then maybe top 2 system like California has. In Arizona and in many states, most states, frankly, we have about a third of the electorate that are registered as independents or party not declared. And so they're paying, the taxpayers are paying for just 2 parties to run their own, primaries. And in a manner, at least in Arizona, particularly among Republicans, where it produces the most extreme candidates. And, the Democrats may like it because it's electing Democrats in Arizona on a statewide basis, but it's not good for the political process. It's certainly not good for Republicans. So I agree with Michael. I think it's going to lead to some electoral reforms that Congress may not have to approve of. The states will move ahead, and a growing number of independents. In Arizona, just to give you an example, in the first, I think it was 2 weeks after the January 6th riots, more than 10,000 Republican voters changed their registration because they didn't want anything to do with that. And most of them went toward independence. So that group is growing, and we ought to recognize that.
And so that raises the possibility of a third party. Very quick thoughts on that before we take some viewer questions. Senator Bennett, what do you think? Third party?
We're better off focusing on fixing the system that we have. In Colorado, Jeff's right. We have a third of our voters are independents. They get to vote in whatever primary they want to vote in, and I think that is an important step forward. I'd rather have in the end, a ranked choice system like the one Jeff's talking about. And it is a great irony of all of this. I mean, Mark Kelly and Kyrsten Sinema are Democrats from Arizona. When Jeff was a senator from Arizona, it would have been inconceivable that there would be 2 Democrats from Arizona. That's a result of a system that has warped the outcomes for the state or change the outcomes in the state. In Ohio this time, my friend and Jeff's friend, Rob Portman, can't run for re-election because the right wing of the Ohio Republican Party is going to destroy him, which means that it gives Democrats the opportunity, I would say the moral obligation, to win that seat, so we don't end up with some, sort of QAnon actor in there or right-wing Republican in there. And so I do think there are reforms we can make, and we should make them. And if we have to do them state by state for the moment, that at least is a benefit to those states. The result of our reforms in Colorado is we have the second highest voter participation rate in the country.
Senator Flake, very quickly, third party, viable or not?
No, for whatever reason, we've given ourselves two political parties in this country. It's worked well for most of the history of the country, and I think that we ought to stick with it for the future and make reforms that will make both parties more sane.
Carolyn Strand from Illinois asks, what is the impact of the events of January 6th on our democracy? Senator Flake, you mentioned it's led to some changes in party affiliation. Senator Bennett, your thoughts on fundamentally how that might have impacted American democracy?
Well, when they took us out of off the Senate floor and put us in a place where we were sheltering, I didn't realize how dangerous it was. So I wasn't actually thinking about the danger to us. I was watching the television and these images that you can never unsee of the platform that had been set up for the peaceful transfer of power being stormed by American citizens in front of the entire world. I grew up seeing that scene, play out in places in Latin America or in the old Soviet Union. Never in a million years would I have imagined that it would happen here. And I think it was a triumph for China and a triumph for Iran and a triumph for Putin and Russia. On the other hand, having said that, because 60 judges did their job, because the Republicans, unlike many Republicans in the Senate and unlike Jeff Flake, the Republicans in Secretary of State in Arizona and the Republican Secretary of State in Georgia did their job, our democracy held. And as a result, we had a January 20th when we did have the peaceful transfer of power. Many countries that go through something like this have January 6th, they never get to the 20th. We got to the 20th. So I think our job now is to recognize just how fragile our democracy is, which is extremely fragile, and commit to do everything we can to strengthen it so that we have an offer to humanity that looks different from totalitarianism. That is what is at stake.
Senator Flake, there was a failure, of course, to convict President Trump in the Senate. What are the consequences of that in terms of democratic norms going forward?
Yeah, it was kind of the final act, if you will, of normalizing behavior and a president that should have never been normalized. I mean, so that was very troubling. And now you see, the president will speak at CPAC on Sunday, and he'll have a lot of Republicans fawning over him and seeking for his approval. It's very, very troubling. I completely agree with Michael. We came very close. Some of our institutions held up well, most of them. I mean, obviously, a free press, the independent judiciary, both the Justice Department and judges. What was disappointing was to see people in Congress, in my party, to buy into the big falsehood about the election and to amplify the president's, lies about the election, and that's still going on. And so it is still very troubling, and it scares me. So I hope that we can move. I tend to think that the president will lose influence faster than he wants to, but it can't happen any too soon.
What makes you think he's going to lose influence? There isn't that much indication so far.
Yeah, there hasn't, but just traditionally, historically, when presidents leave office, once you lose the trappings of power, or the trappings of office and the levers of power, and Trumpism isn't so much a philosophy as an attitude. It requires some kind of swagger that comes with winning, and that's why the president is so reluctant to admit that he lost, because you lose that. And so I just think that it's going to fade, particularly given the president's ongoing legal troubles in other venues that are likely to, I think, hold to their jobs more than my party did during the impeachment trial.
Senator Bennett, we have a question from Joanna who asks, how do we help continue respectful civil discourse? I'd suggest maybe we have to renew civil discourse. Your thoughts on that question?
I think that we see it every day at the local level. There are, you know, here and there, of course, there are places where they're imitating the stuff at the national level. But I was a school superintendent before I was in this job. I'd been in business before that. And every single school board meeting in this country and every single, you know, city council meeting is an exercise in pluralism, something I was talking about earlier, where people of different points of view exchange those points of view to reach a decision of some kind, whether it's a zoning decision or you know, about which schools need to open, which schools need to close. We need that back at the federal level, and part of it is we've got to not reward politicians who come home and say only that we couldn't get anything done and we blame the other side for it. Instead, look for people like Jeff Flake who actually go there to try to get something done and don't pretend they have a monopoly on wisdom. And in the end, you know, we have the right to vote people in and out of office, and we should ask ourselves whether we're doing ourselves any good by voting in people who spend all of their time repeating the talking points on Fox News or on MSNBC. Jeff made a point the moment ago that I want to just underscore. It should not be acceptable to the American people that there are people in the Senate who advocated and reinforced President Trump's big lie, then brought us to a position where they were claiming to his supporters that somehow the election could be undone. And then they stood on the floor of the Senate and said, we, those of us who are honoring the will of the voters, were disrespecting the quote, was elected president. Those people have a duty to the Republic to tell people the truth. And they didn't do it at a moment of peril for the Republic. And those kind of folks should not be sent back to Washington if we're going to expect the place to work.
And we have to leave it there. Senators Flake and Bennett, thank you both so much for joining us here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Enjoyed it. Great to be with Michael. Good to see you again.
And coming up, we're going to talk about race and democracy. Hello and welcome to our session, A Hard Look in the Mirror, Race and American Democracy. I'm Jean Meserve. There is a fundamental contradiction in American democracy. There always has been. We are governed by a constitution which says all men are created equal, but for many people that rings false. And issues around that, matters of race, have been center stage in our political discourse, particularly in the last year, whether we're talking about policing or the justice system or economic equity or even health equity. Here with us to look at this complicated relationship between race and democracy is Colorado State Representative Leslie Herod. Representative Herod was first elected in 2016. She is the first LGBTQ state representative, African-American, to serve in Colorado's General Assembly. Great to have you with us.
Thanks so much for having me.
I want to ask you first to look back on the events of January 6th. And tell me how you, as an African-American and also as an elected official, felt when you saw a Confederate flag being walked through the U.S. Capitol.
It shook me to my core. And I think that while maybe I wasn't as surprised to see it happening, I was hurt. You know, I was hurt to see a Confederate flag flown in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Capitol, where it had never flown before. It told me and reminded me in such a harsh way that white supremacy, right, and this fight to oppose progress for Black people was very much alive and well, and that folks were willing to take over our democracy, to take over our country to ensure that progress was not made. And, you know, my good friend was there, the U.S. Congressman Joe Neguse, and he was on the floor when this was happening. And there were attempts to kill him right? I mean, that was a part of what was going on in that day, in that moment. There was, and I will say that I was afraid for him as a Black man being there, as a Black man representing us. That was a very scary time. And make no mistake, there was a noose hanging out in front of the US Capitol as well. So this display of white supremacy and racism in our country, it's harmful. It upset me so much because it showed me how weak and shaky our democracy actually is.
That's what I wanted to ask you as a follow-up, is what does it say about American democracy when we have that kind of demonstration inside the Capitol?
Yeah, it just shows you how unstable and how shaky our ground is, but how our foundation has been built on that white supremacy. And to see so many people who are saying that we don't want progress for Black people, for Jewish folks. I mean, there's so much anti-Semitism in that crowd as well. It was a powerful reckoning and reality of where we are as a country and how far we still have to go. And it just told me that we have so much more work to do. But I'm not going to lie, I cried for our country in that moment.
So there are those who posit that the central issue that's causing this polarization and the extremism on the right is actually economic disenfranchisement. Do you think it's about economics, or is this about race?
It's about privilege and race and white supremacy. And I think to think it is only economics continues to not acknowledge the real roots of racism in this country. It's not just about economics. I think it is clearly about privilege and about feeling like if a person of color, Black person, a Jewish person, is to progress in the society, it means that the white man will get less, right? And must come down. And that's not necessarily true. We can all rise together, but we must rise in a way that is truly equal. And that turns its back on such racism, So it is not just about economics. And let me be honest with you. I think we have brainwashed ourselves in America, especially those of us, and I do say us, with privilege, to think that it's all about economics. But let me tell you, the number one factor that determines an outcome of a person is their race and their zip code. It's not necessarily their economic status. And so regardless of how much money I have or the title that I wear as a state legislator, I am first and foremost a Black woman who will still be disproportionately likely to be pulled over by the police, who will disproportionately have negative health outcomes. And yes, my economic stability and intergenerational wealth is less.
A lot of people of color are disillusioned with democracy and just think it is not working for them. You, on the other hand, have jumped into it with both feet. I'm curious as to why you chose to get involved in politics, given the status of African Americans, the situation of African Americans in this country.
Well, I disagree that that people of color have given up on democracy. I actually don't think that's true. And it's apparent by how many of us have turned out across this country, either in elections or to be elected, right?
Yeah, and I want to talk more about that in just a moment, for sure.
So I just disagree with that point. And in fact, I say that Black folks love this country so much more than maybe we should sometimes, right? Than maybe this country deserves. But we still believe at our core that of these American principles of progress, right? Of being able to live in a society that's equal and have a better outcome for our kids than ourselves. We hope for that. We believe in that. We just don't always think in the moment that it will happen.
You've alluded to the fact that this was the year of the Black woman in politics. It was quite an amazing thing here in the US. Do you think that's going to create real change in the United States?
Oh, absolutely. 100%. When you have people who are diverse, and who have firsthand experience around the policies that are trying to be changed at the state level, at the city level, at the federal level, you get better policy, you get better bills. And quite frankly, more Black women in these positions will lead to better outcomes for Black people. Make no mistake. And I also believe that Black women in these positions have fundamentally changed the conversation. We've changed what's even important, and we've set an agenda that will begin, I believe, to right the wrongs of this country's past.
And yet, now, in reaction to that election, in many states, there are moves to restrict voting access. What does that say, again, about the state of American democracy, that that's the response?
It says that people with privilege want to keep their power, and that they see that there has been a tide that has moved so swiftly and so powerfully towards equality, including equal representation, that of course there is a backlash. Of course, people want to say that democracy is for me, but not for you, or not for them. And that's something that we must resist at all odds, in every single manner, because what they are trying to do is fundamentally keep Black women, Black people, people of color, Indigenous folks, brown folks from being elected, from having representation, and from voicing their opinions at the ballot box.
Are you convinced that you can turn back those efforts to restrict voting?
Absolutely. Listen, people are paying attention. They are showing up. And they are saying, we will no longer allow for this type of discrimination in this country. And make no mistake, it's not just people of color. It's our white allies and champions too, who are seeing through these subversive methods of keeping us from the ballot. It might not read exactly like the discrimination that happened throughout the South to keep Black people from voting, but it's very close. And if you read between the lines, you will see the similarities in restricting access to people of color in the South, Black people in the South back in the day, to what people are trying to do now with things like voter ID laws and trying to talk about this voter fraud that, quite frankly, is not an issue.
Aside from assigning yourself a D for Democrat, how would you define yourself politically?
Yeah, I'm a progressive. I believe that we need to move this country forward. And I know there are forces on the other side who would like to keep the status quo or even roll back the progress we've made in the past 10 years. And so I believe that we need to continue to fight to dismantle the bricks of white supremacy that have been built up in this country for so long. And that's in all of those sectors I previously mentioned: education, criminal justice, economic development, and so many, healthcare, environmental. All of these areas we need to address, to have a very real conversation about the harms that have been done to our communities because of these policies, and then we need to change them.
Talk to me about the reality working in Colorado in the State House. Are you able to get support for some of those progressive sorts of initiatives from people on the other side of the aisle?
Absolutely. Listen, in my few years at the state capitol, I have passed over 70 bills. Majority of them have been bipartisan. It's very interesting because while I might not agree with my colleagues on every issue, there's usually one or two that I could speak to one or two of them and help to build consensus on both sides of the aisle. What I find is that when you shine a bright light on what's going on, people tend to stop being ignorant and no longer hide behind ignorance and say, you know what? This is a problem and I'm going to get behind you and address it. Just because you have an R behind your name does not make you a white supremacist, just to be honest. And just because you have a D behind your name doesn't mean that you are moving things forward in a progressive way to support people of color. I've seen Democrats and Republicans turn their backs on us. And so what I'm working to do is to strip down the notion of D versus R and say, who will join me in this fight for equality?
And do you feel that by doing that, you've been able to reduce the polarization?
The polarization is getting worse. I'm just going to be clear about that. It is getting worse because the rhetoric is so intense. But what I have found is while I don't think that I have been able to decrease the polarization, I have been able to increase my chances of winning and our chances of winning by pulling over folks that we can on certain conversations. It does not make them any less contentious just because I have a white conservative by my side. But what it does do is it increases our chances of winning.
So are the lessons you've learned there applicable to Washington? Are they those same techniques being used there, or do you wish there was somebody doing more along the lines of what you're talking about?
Honestly, a lot of the bills that move forward in Washington are bipartisan, but it doesn't mean that by and large the entire caucus agrees with them, but we have enough to move things forward. Washington is built to move slow, and that's something else that we have to think about, you know? The way that our democracy works at the federal level is inherently built to keep the status quo. And so you do see a lot of folks who are really pushing things harder and further and faster. And that makes a lot of people who are part of the establishment uncomfortable. You don't find that same slow movement at the state level, at least not here in Colorado. We have made strides and gains and leaps and bounds, and we hope to be a model for other states and for the nation. And that is because of our bipartisanship on our bills. But I don't want to give myself too big of a pat on the back, or Colorado too big of a pat on the back. It can still be divisive.
So after the killing of unarmed Black men and women last year, there were massive social justice protests across the country, but there's been backlash to that. I'm wondering if you've been targeted.
With violence?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. I have definitely had death threats. I've had credible attacks where I've had to have private security as well as Colorado State Patrol. Black women and women of color in these roles and who are pushing progressive policy and speaking our truth are definitely targeted for attacks and hatred and bullying and harassment, more so than our counterparts. And that is something real, and it's not something that we should accept or we should excuse. People shouldn't say that you got into this, you should know what you're getting yourself into, because the risk of being murdered is not something that should be tolerated by any of us. It should not be accepted. And I think that is something that we need to continue to address. But I will not let terrorists, because that's who those people are terrorists, keep me from making progress for my communities.
So you haven't felt intimidated enough to walk away from your current
No, in fact, it's like, if they're going to come after me anyways, I damn well better make sure this policy is strong and it's going to have a real impact on people's lives.
How do we get past it? Some people have suggested maybe we should have a Truth and Reconciliation Commission as they did in South Africa and Rwanda. Are you of the opinion that something like that could actually have an effect?
I do think it could have an effect. And I do think that we need to really have a truth and reconciliation about how this country has harmed people of color, Indigenous folks, low-income folks, Black folks, brown, all of us, right? People who are differently abled. It's so very important that we have this conversation. And I think it does start with addressing our racism in this country. We have to address that. So I do think that will make progress, but I don't think we need to wait until the outcomes of such a conversation occur for us to make change. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can have these very difficult conversations and dismantle the policies that we know are in place that are harmful for our communities.
Do you find irony in the fact that the United States promotes democracy and human rights abroad, and yet within the United States, we're still grappling with these issues?
Well, that's an interesting question. I grew up as a military brat. I was born in Germany. I lived overseas a lot. And I learned what the American values are and who we are as a country in other countries, and seeing how people view America and Americans. And then when I spent more time here in this country, I realized that our ideals of who we are as Americans are just ideals, and our ideals of American democracy are ideals. And we are not doing enough to live our values and live who we say we are, or who we want other people to be in other countries. If we actually took our values and how we are trying to spread democracy and open elections and all of this, and applied that lens to how we move in this space, in this country, we would be better off.
So you mentioned that the truth and reconciliation idea is a very big one. It would take time. You clearly are engaged in conversations as a lawmaker, but I'm wondering if you've got other ideas for other ways to grapple with this now.
Well, I think we do need to have very intentional conversations. We need to elect more people of color into these offices. We need more people of color as teachers, as professors, as doctors, as lawyers, in all of these positions, so that we can dismantle the racism and white supremacy in the spaces that we are in, which could be our homes, our clinics, our workplaces. That is very important. And so, we know a lot of the policies that are put in place that are based in racism. We know our school finance formula, for instance, and how we fund education is not equitable. Let's change it. We know our criminal justice system disproportionately impacts people of color. Let's change it. There are things that have been studied that we know, that we have acknowledged. The war on drugs targeted us. We know these things. Let's change them. We don't need another study to tell us that. But I think in order for us to really move forward as a soul, as a nation, as a culture, we need to have those truth and reconciliation conversations.
Just one other question about foreign policy, since you've lived overseas. Do you think that American foreign policy abroad has too often ignored issues of race and equity in other countries?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think it depends on which decade you're looking at.
How about the here and now?
I know that the Biden administration is taking a very different approach to our conversation overseas than the Trump administration has, to be clear. We are moving a lot further and quicker on issues of things like equality for women and LGBTQ equality and safety. But again, I think the anti-Blackness and racism, it's worldwide. And no, I don't think we're doing enough to address those issues in other countries. But again, who are we? Who are we to say that our values are the ones that matter more than anyone else's? In fact, we've got to take a good hard look in our own mirror before we try to export our ideas.
Representative Leslie Herod, we have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
And now we're going to take a live look at Cal with The Economist, who is our artist in residence, and see how his cartooning's going.
Welcome back, everybody, to the next session of the Denver Democracy Summit. We're going to be talking about democracy in action and the youth movements for social change that have been rocking our world and been so impactful in recent months and years. What do they all have in common? Well, all the people that are about to join you are helping democracies meet the challenges of the 21st century, from the local to the global level. So let's meet those panelists. We're honored to have with us today Jayathma Wickramanayake. She's the youngest senior official in the UN system, serving as the UN Secretary General's Envoy for Youth. Hi, Jayathma. Next, we've got Joella Hamati. She's the former president of the European Democracy Youth Network.
Hi, Ryan.
Then we've got Hasla Iglesias, who's youth coordinator for Voluntad Popular in Venezuela. That's a political party there. And he's the former leader of the student movement in the country. Hi, Hasla.
Everybody.
And last but not least, we've got Tay Anderson, who's bringing us the local perspective. He's a member of the Denver Public Schools Board of Education, and he is a community organizer. Hey, Tay.
Hey, thanks for having me.
It's great that everyone is here. Let's dive right in. Let's start with you, Jayathma. I'm keen to get your global perspective. It feels like the UN has become this kind of global town hall, a much more inclusive ecosystem than just a set of political leaders that meet in a boardroom in New York. But tell us, what does that mean for young people? And in particular, maybe tell us how the youth climate movement that we've all been participating in, watching, reacting to, how is that changing the dynamic at the global level at the UN?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I think last year was very special to the UN because we were celebrating the 75th anniversary of this institution, an institution that was formed 75 years ago to prevent another world war, an institution that was predominantly led by old white men, if I may put it that way, and an institution that was predominantly dominated by governments. And last year, there was an exercise to look at if this model really still fits the current realities of the world that we live in. So there was a global town hall. We brought together different parts of society, from private sector to civil society organizations to young people. And the overwhelming demand was very clear that states and governments are not the only players in the world today. They're certainly not the most powerful players in the world today, and that we really need to get the power back to citizens, stay true to the Charter of the United Nations, which starts with we the peoples. So moving away from multilateralism into multi-stakeholderism and creating more spaces for stakeholders in society, particularly for civil society and young people, to be part of these global conversations that will determine our future. Young people were the biggest group that participated in the surveys, in the competitions, in the dialogues, in the debates. And they were also the most optimistic group that took the survey. And their views about the future of the world was evidently more optimistic than that of the older generations. However, what is also an underlying thread in the learnings that we did last year is that there is, even though this optimism is there, there is a growing mistrust between young people and political institutions. And the reasons for that are the rising inequalities we see within countries and among countries, elitism, corruption, lack of transparency, unresponsiveness of public institutions, of political leaders, of our formal institutions. So this is pushing young people away from political institutions. And even if young people want to be part of the formal political processes, there are so many structural barriers that keep them away from that. So from voting age to minimum age to run for political office, to financial barriers, to the intersecting layers of discrimination that women, LGBTIQ people, racial ethnic minorities face in different countries. So the many movements, my argument is that the many movements that we see on the streets, from the climate movement you referred to what has been happening in Sudan, to Iraq, to Lebanon, to Venezuela, to many places, Belarus, Nigeria, in the recent months, is a manifestation of that frustration that young people have when it comes to accessing systems and institutions, and their need to really reform the current systems of governing in our countries and in our world in general.
Thank you. That is really a fascinating contrast between the faith and hope in one's peers and then the frustration at the institutional level. It's a great way to bring Joella Hamati in. You're right in the middle of an election campaign, so you must be feeling this right now where you're trying to engage young people in institutions and formal processes. Are they buying it? How is it going? What does that disillusionment feel like to you in Albania at the moment?
Yeah, I completely agree with the previous speaker. I mean, as you said, we are in the middle of the campaign here, and one of the biggest challenges that we talk every day with my other colleagues is how to engage young people. But I won't be talking only about Albania here, because until December, as you said, I led European Democracy Youth Network, and I've had, the chance to cooperate with 230 people from 22 countries across Europe. So I also speak on behalf of them when I say that youth in Europe are disengaged and disillusioned. And but instead of just accepting it as a fact, we should also talk about it, talk why this is happening. And the thing is that we feel that the entire system is rigged against us, and no matter if we try to get to apply for a new job or to participate in the elections, we feel like there are forces in control or in power that are beyond us, but not only in politics, actually, in the economy, in media, and these kind of things actually make it impossible for young people to pursue the things that they want. And we often discuss about kleptocracy or high level of theft of state resources, but there is actually a direct line to be drawn between governments stealing from their citizens and youth feeling disillusioned. Because why would young people want to get involved in a system that is perceived as full of crooks and thieves? And that's exactly the case in Albania. And one of the biggest issues that we are dealing right now in my country, but in the region and also in a big part of Europe, is the brain drain, the youth migration. So young people are living in Western countries that are perceived as more democratic, with a with a lower level of corruption. And the reasons why young people leave our countries is because they don't think that we have a system that will reward them based on their merits and based on what they work. But they don't believe that they can get ahead here, basically. So why would young people want to start their business in Albania, for example, when their government is going to steal from them? So but the thing is that one thing is talking about it, one thing is analyzing it, and the most important and difficult part is addressing it and trying to fix it. And I think that we can only fix it by trying to encourage a high level of youth participation by tackling the corruption. And one of the things that is happening right now here in Albania is the foundation of the Transparency Academy, funded with the help of the USAID, which is going to try to reduce the level of corruption, which of course is going to have an impact in the whole system, I think. So yeah, absolutely.
I could not think of a better bridge to go to you, Hasla, where we're talking about rigged systems, corruption, people wanting to leave the country. It's almost a description of Venezuela. So tell us, what is keeping you there? How are you fighting? And what are the prospects for change, given how dire the situation has become in Venezuela?
Yeah, thanks. Well, we are, our generation, we are sons and daughters of a generation that didn't involve in politics, that they decided to keep away from the public issues. And that opened the path to authoritarianism to reach the power in our country. The situation has made us or pushed us into politics. When I was a child, I never thought about involving in public issues. And when I told my mom, hey, I'm going to get into a student movement or a political party or a social organization, she was like yelling out, it's not possible that my son is going to get into that. But I believe that's the first obstacle we as young people have to overcome, to involve in public issues, to understand that the decision that powerful makes affect us, and we need to have some kind of power or check and balances to make our voice be heard. In that situation, well, in Venezuela, we are having a space, a public space, every day more narrow or narrower each day. The different voices are suppressed and there is a lot of persecution. So besides the difficulty of getting involved into politics, we have the difficulty of fear and to be afraid of being a target of the authoritarian regime. So all these obstacles, we have been working on overcome them, and we have found that young people are willing to participate in things that they feel that generate concrete impact. So, for example, we are working in communities. For example, I am an engineer, and we are giving vulnerable communities access to safe water in these communities. At the same time, we're working in a nationwide initiative. It's called the Youth Permanent Forum, and we have reached more than 500 young leaders from all over the country, a country that lacks electricity and water and domestic gas and gasoline. We are putting together young people to talk about how looks the country we dream of, and starting to organize to make it true. I believe that organization is the foundation of any initiative, and we as young people need to organize, need to meet other young people, need to discuss and debate our ideas, our visions, our ideologies in order to promote a more kind world, a more kind country, and a country that allows young people to be whatever they want to be and not to force them to remain what the system wants of them.
You guys are all the perfect panelists because now we talk about organizing, and that's exactly when I wanted to bring Tay into the conversation. Tay, you're doing that practical work just like Hassler in your community. What sort of inspirations and connections do you draw from these movements around the world? And I guess I'd also throw in that, you know, a lot of the world has looked to the US as this democratic beacon. And in this last 12 months in particular, a lot of us have started to realize, like, hey, actually, there's centuries of deep structural inequality going on in the US. There's a lot of problems with the democratic system and institutions itself. So with you being surrounded by all of that, how do you move forward in your local activism?
Yeah, a lot of people look to the United States of America thinking that we are, the land of the free and the home of the brave. And although we may have different liberties than other nations, I will tell you, as a Black man in this country, we are not the perfect union people think we are. People think that racism, xenophobia, homophobia, transphobia, and so many more things have, disappeared over the last couple of years, mainly after the election of President Barack Obama, after the election of Vice President Kamala Harris, and those things are significant to our history. However, they did not cure the issues that we are currently facing within our country. That's why you saw throughout the country this past summer, our cities were on fire because we had to stand up to racial inequality and injustice that were going on among African Americans in our system. We see right now the discrimination against Asian Americans because of the pandemic and because of the rhetoric of our former occupant in the White House. We are seeing right now an uprising of young people saying we're no longer going to be able to sit here and have a future that we are forced to recreate when we can help create the future that we will live in. And now we are seeing at record numbers young people, saying we're done with allowing old guards to continue to lead us forward. We have people like Cori Bush in the United States Congress, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Joe Neguse. We have a new generation of leadership heading to the United States Congress, but we also have folks like myself doing the work at the local level on school boards or different county boards and commissions, because we are tired of having a system where we have to get out into the streets and complain. The images of America you saw this past year were horrendous. You saw an insurrection take place on our Capitol. You saw us have an election where there was so much uncertainty around the election and the results after it for weeks and months to come. That's not who America is. America is a shining beacon on a hill, but it can only be that, or it won't be that until we actually live up to the words in our Pledge of Allegiance, which means liberty and justice for all.
I just want to take a second to acknowledge the excellence of all of you and the people you work with around the world. Going back 20 years, I once led student unions in Australia as well. And you just all go so much further, faster, better than we were ever able to do at that moment. So I just wanted to say that for a few seconds before we move on to the next questions. I'll bring in a question from our audience because I think that's the way young people like to do it. It shouldn't just be about us or me. Davin from Washington, DC, he asks, how important is the funding of civil society organizations to be effective in promoting and building democracy? And there are follow-up questions from other people as well about where do you get your funding from and how much of an issue is that? Like how much is it all possible now because of digital platforms, and how much is funding still a barrier? Maybe I'll go back to you, Jayatma, and we'll work our way through again.
Thanks, Ryan. And I think that's a very important question because we see a lot of clapping of hands, when young people speak or when they're talking about their bravery and their activism. But when it comes to concretely supporting young people through dedicated resources, we don't see that rhetoric translating into action. So at the UN, I'm the youngest senior official at the UN and the only office that works as a platform to bring together young people and be an interface for young people. And my office is not even funded by the UN. I have to raise funds from even to pay my own salary, to pay my staff, and to support the young people that we work with. And I think this is a really good reflection of, all the rhetoric that is there that are not being translated into commitment.
Do you get support for that? Or do you literally have to go out and knock on doors of corporations? And
I do get some support from the Secretary General, the Deputy Secretary General, who would talk to governments to contribute funding to the programmatic activities we do. But a lot of that happens myself, reaching out to donors and foundation philanthropies and getting that funding so that we can support the young people that work with. But this is not just my reality. I think I work with all 193 ministers responsible for youth affairs of the UN member states. Ministries of youth are usually the most underfunded ministries in countries. It is usually given no importance, coupled with ministries like sports or culture, where majority of the funding goes into these other sectors and not really into establishing youth councils or empowering grassroots youth organizations. And this is a huge problem. And this is something that I'm really raising my voice within the UN and also within governments when I work with political leaders as well. Even when there are dedicated funding for youth, one of the challenges that I've found is how donors and big institutions, for an example, like the UN, determine the criteria that we fund often does not sit well with youth organizations, particularly grassroots youth organizations. In 2018, we did a study which is called the Independent Progress Study. And there we found that youth organizations who are operating in the field, 90% are unregistered, voluntary networks of young people coming together to fix problems in their communities, operating under $5,000 a year budget. And of course, this is a global number. But when it comes to institutions providing funding, when you go to a donor application to apply for a grant, they will ask for your registration documents, your, electricity bills, your board of directors, and all of this information that often youth organizations working in communities do not have. So there is a big difference between how the institutions who have the resources view funding models versus how youth organizations can actually apply for that funding. So we are advocating for sort of seed funding, flexible financing for unregistered youth organizations, for them to be able to use that funding in a way that makes the most impact in their community. But still there is a huge gap when it comes to, translating those commitments into action. And I'm really glad that the audience brought forward that question.
Yeah.
I think maybe just to add one thing, I think that just also is a testament to this misconception that often institutions have, that young people are not experienced enough or are not experts enough to take funding and implement it in an effective way, which is really not the case.
Absolutely. Now, in Venezuela, the economy is barely functioning. I can only imagine the depth of the challenge of finance. What is it like trying to make a movement happen there?
Yeah, well, it's tough. As Hayatna said, I think that funding is the backbone of any social initiative, even if an enterprise initiative. And well, here in our economy that has shrank year after year with a growth of the economy in negative terms for at least 5 years, it's impossible to receive funding from the private sector, which is the only legal way of funding social initiatives. For example, Huela talked about the support of USAID. Here in Venezuela, it's illegal to receive funds from USAID and from other international organizations. And therefore, the persecution, not only to political leaders, but also to social leaders, to social organizations, has been rising in the country. We saw, for example, last month, 6 leaders of an organizations that fight or helps HIV patients in a state that is neighbor with Colombia. They were in jail for more than a month just for receiving humanitarian aid like medicines and healthcare items to support these HIV patients. The same thing has happened with people and social leaders who work with women, with children. We have here a lot of, I call it public dining rooms, places where children can go and receive food for free. And these public dining rooms has been also persecuted. Their bank accounts have been closed. So here I believe that the challenge is double. It's not just find funds, but also be able to use them without falling into the hands of the regime that wants to oppress any kind of help that we can receive. And in the practice, civil society in Venezuela is only depending financially of international organizations, of the help we receive from the UN, for example, UNICEF and the United Nations Program for Development is doing a great job here. Also, the World Health Organization and the Pan American Health Organization. But there are a lot more initiatives, the European Union, the United States, Canada, different countries that has to help kind of under the table because in the laws of the country, it's illegal to receive funds from foreign countries and foreign organizations.
Joella, can you jump in there? Because I know that countries on the edge of the EU getting increasingly frustrated that the EU isn't engaging and moving forward membership negotiations. Funding doesn't work simply. You see countries like Serbia turning to China or Russia for vaccines, for example. Do you find that young people or youth organizations get support and engagement from institutions like the EU?
Yeah, especially for countries which are trying to join the European Union, like Albania. Yeah, they do focus a lot on the youth here. But of course, that this is a two-way street. We should also play our part. Funding is not enough. We should also turn them into the right direction. But I wanted to say that the European Democracy Youth Network, which I used to lead until December, receives the majority of its funding from USAID, and of course funding is very important. But I also wanted to say, I heard you saying a few minutes ago that you used to be also part of a students organization, right? And you said that you are very proud today that the change is happening faster and the impact is higher. And I think that one of the main reasons why we are, let's say, more successful nowadays is because of technology. Because thanks to this globalization, it's very easy for us to find out what's happening in the US or in Venezuela or in any part of the world. So the impact of technology is very big, and that's why I think that funding is important, but it's not but we can also make it without funding, because thanks to social media. Nowadays, we can organize, campaigns for free on social media, call our friends, or, create an event, or just, play our part, and other people will follow us. If they, support us, they will follow us. So we will raise awareness in this way without spending any money or not a lot of money. But of course, funding is important, but we can also make it without it, thanks to technology.
Absolutely. Tay, maybe let me join up those finance and technology points with you. We've got a question from a Korbel graduate student. I don't know their name, unfortunately, but they ask, given the sheer amount of information that we're bombarded with today and the increasingly short attention spans we all have and the need for instant gratification on all the platforms, how does the social movement today maintain momentum? Maybe it's easy to get the message out there, but how do you maintain the momentum and then turn that into some kind of policy change once you've got all of the attention and momentum?
Yeah, I think one of the things that people have to do is by making sure that there are individuals that care about sustaining the momentum past Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. I think we see in the United States, there are a lot of Instagram activists where folks only care about social justice or change in their communities when it benefits them to get a couple hundred likes on Instagram. And we have to be able to go past that and say, cool, like that's fun and that's cute or whatever. We actually need to start putting in systems and working with those in elected office to start changing the things that we want to see changed. Prime example in Colorado, our Leslie Herod, state representative here in Denver, Colorado, she heard directly from the concerns over this summer around policing in America. So she led the first comprehensive police reform bill since the George Floyd killing, and we were able to get that passed with bipartisan support and without having to give up any of the meat of the bill to adhere to what Republicans or those on different side of the aisles wanted to change into. And so that's something of taking that change from the streets and social media to the House of Representatives in Colorado. And that's the same thing we did in the Denver public schools. I heard directly from our students that they did not want law enforcement officers in their buildings anymore post this summer. So what we did is we took them out and we led a conversation and a dialogue with our communities, with our students and with our educators, and really pushed forward for a system that did not include the over-policing of our schools anymore. And that was, again, taking it from the streets, from social media to a legislative action. And that's how I believe these movements can be sustained, is really by making sure you get people in power that really care about these issues. And then, I mean, to the funding question, we've learned in our society, at least in America, we don't need $1 billion or a couple million of dollars, or a couple hundreds of millions of dollars to sustain a movement in the streets. We know how. All we need is a megaphone, and I actually have mine on my desk. All you need is a megaphone, and we just organize a crowd together, and it's free because we in America we have the ability to assemble under our First Amendment rights. But that's not the same in every country, and so we definitely have a privilege in order to do that because of our founding fathers.
Great. I'll open it up to the other panelists on that question of maintaining the momentum and converting attention into real change in society. Who wants to go next?
Yeah, no, I actually completely agree with Tay. Not every young person, not every community has the privilege to be able to access internet or to even peacefully assemble and gather in one place. There are countries where protesting is illegal, where campaigning is illegal, But I've seen, for an example, in the youth climate movement, this cross-country, cross-continental solidarity. So when young people in, say, Russia or China were unable to protest, young climate activists in the United States were giving them their social media platforms for those youth voices to be heard, or their concerns to be brought into the public. So I think one of the unique, and Ryan, you were talking about how today's youth movement is perhaps a little bit different from when the times that you used to be a youth leader. I think this kind of cross-border solidarity, as Joella mentioned, that brought together to us by globalization is also one factor that kind of keeps us pushing and keeps us going. But I do agree with Tay that we need allies also within institutions for us to bridge what is happening down in the streets into what is happening in the institutions. So we need young people out there protesting, demanding for that change, but we also want young people to run for political office. We need legislation, the legal barriers removed that says in certain countries to be able to run for office, you need to be 35 years old or 40 years old. We still have those legal restrictions in 64% of the Interparliamentary Union's member countries. So we need those restrictions removed so that young people can not only raise their voices out there in the streets, but also within parliaments, within the Congress, within the Senate, within our municipal leadership, as mayors, as governors as well. So I think a very important point of having youth leadership on both of these areas and having them bridged together as well.
Great. Hasla, can I bring you in now? Sorry, I saw you raising your hand and I missed it.
Yeah, don't worry. Yes, we have talked a lot about this of kind of going on after a huge trigger event. And we have seen some Latin American youth movements that they go to the streets, they protest, they put some issue into the public agenda, but afterwards they are unable to make this a reality, to convert it into a law or an act or a policy in some level of the government. So, and also I believe that our generation is kind of into a cause-led activism. We make the people go to the streets or participate around a cause. But after kind of a few weeks or months of activity, it goes kind of like a low tide. And well, in Venezuela, we have identified this kind of cycle where you have big momentum and activism and participation, but afterwards, you need to have a group of organized people that maintain and build the strength for the next momentum. And usually these big activation movements occurs afterwards a trigger event, a decision of the government, some event that occurs in worldwide or nationwide or in a region that makes people want to go to the streets and express. So I believe the challenge is not just remaining to this cycle of activity and rest, but also include organization to be able to reach parliaments, town halls, social organizations, boards, universities, etc., to be able to make the change occur and not just raise our voices.
Absolutely. We've got about 5 minutes left, so maybe I'll turn to one last question and then also give you the chance to add in sort of final thoughts, about a minute each. And the question is around an idea that was put in my climate panel yesterday. And a couple of the speakers wouldn't classify them as young, but very committed to youth. They talked about the importance of intergenerational democracy. And by that, they meant young people who might not be able to get into parliament, the people who can't yet vote, and also the people who are not yet born. And the importance of that for us building a longer term sustainable future. And they weren't specific about how it might work, but I wanted to get your reactions to that idea of intergenerational democracy and any final thoughts. Maybe let's go through the original order. I'll go back to you, Jyothma.
Thanks, Ryan. Yes, I think definitely we need intergenerational partnership if we are to bring about sustainable change. We do not have a lot of statistics or evidence to show that in the political arena, unfortunately, because there's only less than 2% of world's parliamentarians under the age of 30, even though the world's population, half of the world's population is under the age of 30. But there are interesting studies that have been done in the private sector. The Forbes magazine did this study in 300 different companies where they studied the productivity of teams that are only comprised of young people, teams that are only comprised of older people, and teams that are comprised of intergenerational groups. And the intergenerational teams performed 40% more than any of those isolated teams, which were divided among sort of age lines or generational divides. And this really speaks to, I think, the experience, the wisdom that the older generations bring, coupled with the idealism, the creativity, and the lived experiences, and the more future-looking and the forward-looking aspirations that young people have towards their future. Many people ask, why are young people active? Why are they on the streets? Why are they always complaining about these issues? And sometimes it's not because we have another choice. If today the Secretary General issued a statement that almost all the commitments that national governments have made in terms of climate change are a red alert. None of them are committing enough so that we can achieve the targets set out in the Paris Agreement. So as young people, we cannot sit here and wait for this planet to be exactly. We cannot sit here and wait for the planet to be ruined, because we are the ones who will live with the repercussions of the decisions that are being made today by our political leaders. So I think
I have to cut you off, though. I got to get in the other speakers. Joella.
Yes, just to say, share the power. To the political leaders, I say, share your power.
Yeah, I just wanted to also continue on that line and say that, yeah, we should not wait for other people to leave the seat so we can take it. We should take it from them. And besides talking about it, I always think that we should try and push laws or regulations that would fix things that we don't like. And only us can fix things that we don't like. Only us can change things. So what we should do and what we can do is maybe just like we have women's quota in many countries, we should have maybe youth quotas, in order to encourage the youth participation, so that young people will see that, political parties are serious about it and that they really care about our generation.
Thank you. Hasla.
Yes, I would say that, well, we have we have to become conscious of the power we have. Many times young people hesitate about hesitate. So how far do we go? How many changes can we make? How many people can we reach? And the experience has shown us that when young people believe strongly, firmly in an ideal, in a vision, an organized read, we are able to impact many people and reach many things. So as a reflection, I believe that we as a generation have to keep becoming more and more conscious of our own power and the power we can develop if we act together in order to have a better world at the end.
Thank you. And Tay, the final word to you.
Yeah, we got to be able to create a future that folks are no longer having to say we have to pick up different pieces and put them together, but understanding they can build off the progress that we've made together as a society, because there's a new generation coming, and one day all of us will be considered old people or elders, and so we have to be ready to pass that torch on to the next generation and to give them the supports that we didn't have. And that's something that's going to be key about making sure that this is intergenerational and it continues to sustain by giving them those seeds to plant the next tree. So we got a lot of work to do, but it's going to be possible.
And I promise you it happens. One day you wake up and you're like, what? How did I become this old person? But I want to thank each of you for being an inspiration to your own communities and also to the audience, because I know that that is the reaction they're going to give once we switch off this panel. Thank you so much for all of your input. The next session is going to continue on the theme of civic engagement, so stay around for that. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to our session on civic engagement and robust democracies. Civil society can and does, of course, play a critical role in strengthening democracies. It provides transparency, government accountability, gives a voice to the voiceless. All of those things particularly important now when we see so many authoritarians flexing their muscles across the world. So we're going to talk about that and about technology, how it can help or hinder civil society movements. And with me to discuss these things, Don Nakagawa, who is Executive Vice President of the Berugin Institute, Jerzy Pomianowski, who is Executive Director of the European Endowment for Democracy, and Christopher Walker, who is Vice President for Studies and Analysis at the National Endowment for Democracy. Thank you all for being with us here today.
Thank you.
Jerzy, I'd love to start with you because Belarus is so much in the headlines, and I know you have great familiarity with what's going on there. We are hearing less about what's happening in Belarus, and I'm wondering if it's just a news cycle issue or whether weather or COVID or government suppression is having an impact on what's happening on the streets there.
Well, thanks for inviting. Welcome, and good morning to you in America, and good evening here in Brussels. But speaking about Belarus, the things, of course, are not getting better. Of course, if you go and protest on the street, especially winter is a difficult time, not to mention behavior of the regime that initially was almost confused and didn't know what to do, but then got back to strength and exercises now its muscles and putting people into prison, sentencing youth and everyone they can catch, harassing journalists. All the bad things do happen now. But what is important and what we are learning from the Belarus protests and the whole awakening is that for so many years people were saying, even serious analysts were saying that, you know, Belarus society is different. They speak mainly Russian. They are so attached to the legacy of the Soviet Union. They are, of course, they are receptive to the argument that, look, in Ukraine there was a Maidan, and what happens? Russia attacked Ukraine, annexation of Crimea. So there is no willingness for any action, any activism. It's not true. This is something that we learn, that the processes, that civil society, that people will, is growing slowly underneath, and dictators cannot even see it, because they are surrounded by yes men, by the people who tells them what they want to listen. But the processes are there. Young people are educated. IT industry in Belarus is real. And there are so many activists, the Telegram channels that were so crucial in the protest movement to coordinate protests. And again, the protests that happened without single leadership, without single center, that is something that we couldn't even believe it's possible, but it is, and it's still going on. They are political leaders, they are faces. There is Tikhanovskaya, who naturally is a leader, or one of leaders, but there was no coordinated center in August, in September, in October. People just want to go to the street, and in every neighborhood, they were organizing themselves, by themselves. So this is a beautiful story. This is something that should inspire us in the Western world and understand us that the fight for democracy is something so precious, so important, and so possible. And we need this emotion because we need to get inspiration for our own democracy as well. And that's, I think,
John, I could see you were nodding as Jerzy was talking. It's happening other places too, correct?
Absolutely. And we have also very interesting, positive and successful stories here in Europe. For example, a recent election, last year elections in Moldova, the grassroots level candidate, Maia Sandu, that was running against all possible, circumstances, domination of Russian propaganda, a Russian-baked candidate, with all tricks they were using. She lost previous election to him just by 2% when fake news were spread out that she apparently is a lesbian and that's why she cannot run for president, which is not true, but that was spread. And then people who are specialized in social media were analyzing how many percentage it took out of her at that time, 4 years ago. And it was a kind of a decisive moment. And still, with a certain determination, with this drive to talk to people, with a blockage of a media. 75% of media in Moldova were controlled by regime, not the regime, by the president in a sense, and people surrounding him, or in some kind of connection to the previous oligarch. and still having only 20% of media that she could access, she was able to win election with a huge vote from diaspora. That's Maya Sandu in Moldova, a very interesting, very positive story.
Don, I wanted to ask you about the role of social media in protest in many parts of the world. Has it been a tremendously, does it continue to be a tremendous galvanizing force for civic participation?
That's a big and complicated question. I think, well, first of all, thanks for having me. Thanks for having me on this. It's great to be with these panelists as well. I think I have a lot to learn from them. And Jeannie, thanks for sticking with this. I know this has been a long haul for you. So, I mean, social media is an amazing organizing mechanism. And I know for a fact that the massive changes that we've seen in our own society, the Me Too movement, what's happened since, George Floyd last year and how it spread all over the world, these things would not be possible without social media. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that the speed with which, an idea whose time has come takes off is directly correlated with the power and ubiquity of social media. So that's an absolute truth. But on the other hand, it has also caused, I think, absolute chaos in our democracy. The threats to democracy today, unlike the 20th century, come from the inside, not from the outside. It is authoritarians taking advantage of the fact that people are afraid and coming in and in that fertile ground of fear, becoming the strongman and promising that they can control the destiny of their people, which they absolutely can't in the 21st century, but they'll lie and say they can. It's the divisions and polarization in our society, which is definitely contributed to by social media, the filter bubbles we live in, the confirmation bias it feeds us, and so on. And I think that those threats, I don't think anything was a more poignant threat to democracy. There is no more poignant threat to democracy than what we saw on January 6th. And January 6th is the attack on the Capitol of the United States, discredited what a lot of people around the world believe is the strongest, most legitimate democracy. And to see what had happened on that day, that is a direct result of the weaponization of misinformation at scale. And people who are able to take advantage of that, particularly a strongman. So I think it's a mixed bag. I mean, I'm torn by it. On the one hand, I love the fact that ideas can take hold and spread like wildfire and force change in the society in a positive direction so quickly. On the other hand, I do think we have to reckon with some of the deep divisions in our society, which are, I think, a direct result it's not that we didn't have divisions before, we did, but the deepening of them and at scale, I think that is a product of our media ecosystem, and that's social media.
Chris Walker, Arab Spring, social media played a huge part in galvanizing that movement. And yet in the end, it didn't result in the sort of widespread transformation that we all had hoped. Is that sort of how we should judge the success or failure of social media movements, whether they lead to concrete change?
So I think, as my co-panelists have already alluded to, the issue of the impact of social media and digital communications technologies is a very complex one. And I think we need to think about this both in the context of its impact on open and closed societies. There's some things that are shared across those examples, but I think there are also some differences. When we speak of the Arab uprisings and the way in which ordinary citizens, especially younger people, were able to use social media tools to mobilize against deeply corrupt and unaccountable regimes, it was incredibly impressive. At the same time, if we look at other examples, and Jerzy alluded to this in the case of Belarus, where you have just fantastically courageous people fighting for their freedoms under great pressure and against terrific odds. It's true in Myanmar as well today, which is in the news, where younger people in large measure are using new communications tools to challenge the military there, who are using old forms of propaganda to shift public opinion, to cut off debate. I think it's true that right now, even today, even in 2021, these resurgent authoritarian regimes will stop at nothing to retain power, and that includes suppressing free expression through traditional media means, but it also means that they're getting much more adept at using the inherent ability to surveil and censor that comes through modern digital communications technologies to restrict the space. And so in that context, this is an ongoing struggle in which people who are looking for more open societies, greater freedoms, are facing very formidable obstacles in the face of well-resourced regimes that want to restrict free expression and association.
Chris, can you give us some specific examples where that's happening, where the regime is using surveillance technology and other techniques particularly effectively?
So I think in the cases we've just alluded to, the advanced tools that, for example, the military in Myanmar are using are widely believed to be supported by China, which itself is the setting the gold standard for all forms of modern digital communications suppression, not least in Xinjiang, where they've built what is in effect a technological police state in Gulag. But I think we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that many of the techniques that are now being applied in Xinjiang against the Uyghur community have also been piloted and developed throughout other parts of the PRC. I think for the democracies, one of the things we have to keep in mind is in a globalized world where technology moves so quickly, many of the platforms and the know-how that's been pioneered and piloted for purposes of suppression and censorship within China are now being diffused to other parts of the world in ways very few people anticipated, even as recently as a decade and a half ago.
So Don, does that mean that China is de facto setting the norms for the use of these technologies around the world?
Well, and I think they're certainly setting an example. I think nation states are going to increasingly be under pressure to hold on to their power as their governments become less and less legitimate in a world where they're not in control of their destiny in the way they used to be. And they're going to use these tools to maintain their power as much as possible. Authoritarians, I think, will have a proclivity to use them more liberally than will governments that aspire to a better democracy. But I think the struggle is going to be real. I mean, the tools are out there. It's sort of, you know, the genie's out of the bottle. And it's the same way we feel in the United States. What we do is we sort of err on the side of allowing the private sector to surveil us, right? And it's a willingness that we sort of give ourselves over to in, you know, for the sake of convenience and for the sake of, I don't know, saving money or whatever. But the assumption that won't also have consequences, and we're finding more and more that it does. These powerful tools in the hands of people who are looking for power or money is not actually very healthy for a society. And in China's case, it's the state that really controls these. In the United States, it's really a few very powerful companies that control these. Either way, I think there's an imbalance on either side. We need to regulate those platforms more to protect our privacy, to ensure that people can't use these tools to take advantage of vulnerable populations, that they're not used in a way that, you know, perpetuates oppression and poverty and the structural poverty and inequality we have in our society. And those things are all happening. So I think it's the fact that the tools exist and they're not being regulated properly in democracies that is a problem. At the same time, the fact that the state uses them to great effect in China is an example to other authoritarian governments for how they can be used.
Chris, I did notice that Facebook this week has kicked the generals in Myanmar off the platform. Is that an encouraging development, in your opinion, that a tech company has entered into the fray here?
I think that example and any number of other recent examples that have emerged, both in the context of Facebook, but I think for other of these dominant social platforms that have so much of a role in our communications and political life, is really inadequate, even if that in and of itself is a good step, in the sense that we don't have the norms we need around these technologies that are consistent with liberal democratic values. And I think, as Dawn alluded to, this is true both in open societies, where we're struggling to do this through debate, through discussions in our legislatures, whether it's in Australia, Europe, or North America. Those debates aren't happening in China or Russia or Saudi Arabia, and they're racing at 100 miles an hour to anchor their own norms in place, which privilege censorship and surveillance. And I think part of the challenge for the democracies, and I think this is appropriate for a discussion at a democracy conference, is to make sure that we don't contribute to the race to the bottom in the technological context, and that we actually stimulate a race to the top that safeguards the values of transparency, accountability, free speech, and that we don't address these in an ad hoc way, which tends to be the case in these sort of examples that arise in the case of Facebook that you just alluded to. It is suboptimal at best, and we need to do better.
Excuse me for a little cough there. Jerzy, I'm wondering what you think, if you perceive this as Chris seems to, as sort of a runaway train here, with the authoritarians moving far ahead with the use of technology.
Well, obviously yes, but I always try to kind of go back to the roots of a problem. As Dawn was saying, technology is there. As Christopher was saying, we already understand this, and there is an attempt to regulate. But beyond regulations and beyond a business, because big tech is just a business, there are people, there are whole society. And this whole of society approach is, in my view, is really an answer. How many civic engagements today we have to put pressure and control over digital technology companies? Not enough yet. There is a little bit of political pressure, a little bit of legal pressure, but can we imagine that we have a global umbrella organization of civil society that keep an eye, or is obligated, but also obligates big tech to report to them what you are doing, why you are doing, why you are closing this account, why you are not closing this account? That is something that I believe is our answer. And that type of answer can only be driven by democratic societies, because we can push our governments behind us to support this kind of motion. And big techs have enough money to pay for it. So we don't need even taxpayers' money. They can provide donation for those umbrella organizations that keep kind of advice, control, verification. And if this is a global system between societies, between people, then it will work. It will be very strong and powerful. And we cannot count on UN system to implement this, because the global multilateral order is based on government to government relations, not society to society relations. So we have to find a new paradigm to really move this forward. And I strongly believe that democratic governments can do this. Maybe not in UN settings, but maybe in something different, some type of different settings. And this is, I think, one of the answers where we should look for energy and power and solutions inside our societies and through new form of engagements.
Dawn, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I couldn't be more enthusiastic about what he just said. I mean, the work that we do at the Burgoyne Institute, we've been really pushing forward this idea that the way to re-legitimize democracy itself, and also to strengthen, I think, our civic bonds and social cohesion, which is lost because we don't have a shared narrative anymore, is to create a citizens' democracy, essentially. It's about deep and broad engagement, and we have the technology tools to do this. Representative democracy is no longer, operating at the cadence of society's expectations. We are in a world of voice and choice. We believe that things are going to happen in real time as we want them to, in a customized way. This is how the world works, but it's not the way our governments work. And the gridlock and the inability of our governments to solve the biggest problems of our time, whether it's climate change or regulating social media or dealing with inequality or whatever it is, that inability is delegitimizing democracy itself. So I think the way to do that, the way to overcome that, is by building and what ultimately I think will be transnational networks of people that will spring up almost overnight, not looking for the sort of institutions and the models that carry, but no, it'll be something that happens in the way that the world is working right now, which is really much less like a society and much more like a network. And as those things emerge and we figure out how to use them effectively, I think the voice of the people could be stronger than it's ever been. And I think in that is good, not bad. I think that power and pyramids are the things that cause the problems in our society. And what we need are to engage people in the process of problem solving, bring them together, and in shared purpose, we can become a stronger civic body. And so I think that is the way forward for democracy itself. And there's so much innovation happening in the system right now. You look at what Taiwan's doing, you look at the citizens' assemblies happening in Europe, you look at deliberative polling, there's so much innovation, democratic innovation with participatory processes. We need to formalize them into government. We need to bring people into this conversation in a much deeper and broader way.
Chris, you want to add on?
Well, I think it's true that in the current environment, it's really hard to solve some of these top order problems by relying on government alone. And as Jerzy indicated, I think part of the way you address these complex challenges is to ensure that other parts of society are meaningfully integrated into the process, and can't do that without civil society. And specifically on these vexing, complex challenges that have arisen, especially in the last decade and a half, relating to the ways in which digital technologies animate our politics, help it, subvert it, and otherwise challenge us, that simply won't be solved without involving civil society in the process on a number of levels. One is to educate the public. It's very difficult for an ordinary citizen to sort through these issues on their own. I can't keep up with all of the digital discussions that are going on in the world in terms of what's right and wrong in the norm setting domain and so forth. It's just unreasonable to expect any given person to be able to sort those things out, take it on their own shoulders. You need groups that can do this in a sense to help us sort through these things and play that educational role. At the same time, it can animate policy that governments need to sort through in a way that's more effective in the long run. And then finally, these issues are changing so fast today, especially in the tech realm. Civil society is often better equipped to adapt and adjust to the emerging realities. And so it's just so important, I think, to refocus on the need to engage civil society and by extension, more of our citizenry in these discussions to reach better outcomes.
John, you mentioned the example of Taiwan. We heard from Audrey Tang yesterday, who was talking about their all hands on deck approach to dealing with disinformation and how you have citizens and you have the media and you had technologists and any number of others involved in the effort to catch it and stop it and counter it. And my reaction to that as an American was, we're already too splintered and too divided. How would you ever have a whole of society effort to do something like that? What's your response to my cynical view of this effort?
I think my response is I share it, unfortunately. I wish I was more optimistic about it. I think, well, to a certain extent, being immersed in this topic for as long as I have been, sometimes I think it's important to pull away. What we end up focusing on are the extremes. What we end up focusing on is the division, the polarization that we're trying to solve. And I read an article a couple of days ago that really sort of tried to reframe this and say, no, actually, you know, what you're hearing are the most extreme voices, and we've been stuck there for a long time. But it's not the reality of the United States, and we still have more in common than the ways that we differ. And so I think it's really important to remind ourselves of that, particularly people who are doing this work. With that said, I think the challenges are real. I mean, I do think we are deeply divided in the United States, and we do see, you know, it's gotten to the point where it doesn't matter, you know, how much evidence or whatever is out there, how many experts are speaking of whatever and trying to advocate for a particular position. We live in a world where we see it when we believe it, not we believe it when we see it anymore. I think the confirmation bias has become so strong, and we've become so used to it, and we're so overwhelmed by information. There are so many choices out there that you can pretty much find evidence for whatever your position already is. And that's kind of this information obese world that we live in. And as a result of that, I think people are sort of retreating into the only truth they can know, which is what they feel and what they already believe. And I think from that place, it's very, very difficult to move forward. I do think trying to overcome that will require sewing together a cultural narrative that we can hold on to, that we can all believe in. But I think we have to do some of that healing first before we could engage, I think, in what Taiwan has done, which I respect greatly. I think Taiwan's model of transparent government, of broad engagement, they are doing so many things right. Very, very impressive. And I think every democracy in the world should be, I know they're a small country. I keep hearing the small country excuse, and it's true, it is an obstacle, but I think every democracy in the world should be looking at Taiwan for how democracy may look in the future and how it should be operating today.
Jerzy, I want to work in an audience question, and I'm going to direct this one at you. Christopher McCarran from Denver asks, what can ordinary citizens do to preserve democracy?
Well, that's exactly right question, and the answer is quite straightforward. Be engaged. Don't let others to tell you, say something over internet, participate in all those networks that we were talking about, build them. Because that is exactly what dictators and bad guys are afraid of. Look how much effort Putin spent to build a foreign agent law and desirable organization law, how China spent a lot of time to create firewalls and internet walls, because this networking, this exchange between people, they are afraid of. That does not allow them to stimulate nationalism, populism, to push people into some kind of simplified tribalism. That's exactly what is happening when people stop talking to each other in a normal way. That's the difficult part, because you faced in the United States the moment where people were not talking to each other in normal way. The polarization that reached that level that they couldn't even talk to each other. And that is obviously a problem, and that happens. But the democratic society can manage and find a way out of it. Non-democratic society, no, because if people have no connection to other part of the world, if they do not feel solidarity, they are lost. They don't know where to go, what to do. So we have to all the time engage with them, both saving our democracy, giving them feeling of solidarity that if they are fighting for freedom, we are with them, and receiving from them energy, understanding that this is something important, and translating this energy into our democratic activism within democracies. So it is a bit complex figure, but I think it's easy to understand. But I want to echo what Dan was saying, because it's very, very important. She touched about how people now consume information, that trust and the truth are two elements that are all the time fighting with each other. How can I believe someone that I do not trust, or it's not part of my tribe? That is the key point now. And this is something where we need to build a system of networks that can reduce this tension between trust and truth, that people can start believing that this group of people, they know what they're talking about. If they're talking about vaccination and there's a network of doctors, if I go there joining because I really want to understand, and I'm not an expert on vaccination, but I would like to understand, then I know where to go. I know whom to listen. So in that sense, rebuilding trust in places, locations, media that are right location for the truth, then this is something that we have to work and we have to think. And that's what I also call whole of society approach. Because whole of society, it means variety, not a polarization, multi of many networks that provide you access to something they know better than I. So I go there to look for that, not just one source that one man is telling me or one media is telling me what is right, what is wrong. That's what I try to say when we are talking about how to overcome this dramatic tension where trust becomes more important than truth. Because from that moment,
we have another
democracy dies.
Christopher Walker, we have another question, and it goes to this issue of trust and truth. Titus from Scotland asked, did the storming of the Capitol demonstrate the failure of civic education and political science in America, and how could universities lead the renewal of democracy as an inclusive, effective, and trusted method of governance, locally, nationally, and internationally? That's a big one. You want to take a crack at that?
So I think at some level, it's clear that we've lost our grounding on civic education for a variety of reasons in the US, and I suspect this is a challenge in any number of other settings as well. And that's something that requires dedicated attention to make sure that students have a grounding in our form of government, the virtues of democracy, how it works. Clearly, we've slipped on that. I think if we fast forward to the present and the challenges that the US has been experiencing, I think it's also the case that the technologies we've been discussing really often can draw out our worst instincts. And this is in part because of the configuration of the technology itself, in which algorithms are designed to push certain things to enhance engagement and clicks, irrespective of the civic value of that content. That's quite fundamental. I think one could argue plausibly that it's a combination of complacency on the front end in terms of civic education and how our educational institutions support our citizens, but that has merged in many ways with this phenomenally potent set of technologies that have a few features that are challenging. One is it really doesn't encourage reflection. It encourages speed. It encourages brevity rather than deeper reading and deeper thought. We're all suffering from some form of an attention deficit. No one is excluded from that today, in fact, whether it's younger or older people. And I suspect that's true just about every setting. And that invariably is going to cause us to pay a cost when it comes to reflecting on some very complicated societal issues where we need to learn, need to listen to each other. And that simply is not inherent in the technology. While it's true, and people will say technology is neutral, it's not the case that certain aspects of the design of the technology we're using at present in so many ways is neutral. It's not. It's actually designed to achieve certain ends. And I think we have to reckon with that and find ways to ameliorate it that's more consistent with listening to each other and liberal democratic values.
I'd love to talk about technology beyond the information space and ways that it might be used to strengthen democracy. Don, I'm thinking about data and how data is a transformational tool. Can you talk about that just a little bit?
Well, I mean, I think we're just scratching the surface on what we can do. I mean, it's such a huge topic and it's so exciting, frankly. I do believe that the amount of data that is out there, even though I don't think at this point we may be collecting it in the right way or collecting the right things, or we don't know how to use the data at our disposal, I do believe that the combination of artificial intelligence with the massive amounts of data that we have and will have in the future will allow us to see, patterns in our problems and find solutions to things that we never thought possible, provide insights that we can't see because we're living in, an institutional paradigm where we see the world in a certain way, but AI won't see it that way, right? Borders won't matter to AI. AI will define problems, solutions, and human communities in very, very different ways and allow allow it to see things that we can't, because we're confined to what we believe the dimensionality of our human experience is. So I'm very excited. I think the next evolution of our work actually at the Institute is going to be, how can we use AI to be a complement to the problem solving that we do, right? How can it inform a process in a way that, again, going back to the civics question, I think it's really, really important that our civics isn't about how, you know, the mechanics of government work, but our civics needs to be about how do we work together when we don't share values, when we don't have trust, when I don't think I have anything in common with you towards a common shared goal. And I think in order to do that well, not only do we need a skill set, but we need sort of objective expertise. And I do think that AI can play a very powerful role in seeing patterns in data and delivering answers in a way that people actually see as trusted. We don't trust people very much, but I find that more and more we seem to be trusting our technology in a way that it's almost a default position for us. Good or bad, I do think there's an advantage in that if we learn to use it well. And I do think it could be a really powerful tool as citizens get more engaged in the decision-making of providing information and insights that we wouldn't trust to come from any other place if it's done right.
Chris, can technology help us tackle the problem of kleptocracy?
So I think the answer is probably, and at some point in the future, I hope so. But I think in the meantime, what Dawn described is so terribly important, because at the moment, we simply don't have the norms around this technology to ensure that liberal democratic values are adhered to. And I think one way to think about this is that the previous generation of technology that emerged, that we're now grappling with, still doesn't have those norms deeply embedded in its DNA. On the contrary, the norms that are embedded are convenience and speed and sharing as a practical matter. That's not all bad. In fact, in many of the ways we started this discussion, talking about how people fighting for greater accountability and transparency and freedom in repressive societies are using these very technologies to really important ends. But I think for the democracies, what we really underappreciated was when you don't embed the norms at the outset, it's very hard to do this ex post facto. And that's right where we are with artificial intelligence right now. We released a report last year that was titled Artificial Intelligence and Democratic Norms that got right at this issue. And while I remain cautiously optimistic that we can extract the best aspects of big data and machine learning and artificial intelligence, if we don't get it right with the democratic norms around this, it can be a much bigger problem than many anticipate.
Jerzy, we only have a couple of minutes left, but I would love to hear you reflect on how things have changed. You were involved in the solidarity movement, then you're involved in what's happening now. Tell us about the difference and the difference technology has made.
Well, definitely there is a change, but the problems remain the same. So there is a change how we approach the problems. Where is the source of the problem? What kind of new tools we have? But still, the key problem sits in our mind, in our emotions, in our behavior. That's true that algorithm drives us to different directions, but still we can resist. We can, in a sense, yoke them into favor of our own objectives and goals. And here I would definitely go back to core values. I would rather say what haven't changed. It means if we are people of values, then doesn't matter whether technology is at that level or different level, whether we have only printing leaflets or social media, that changed the picture, that changed the ability of people to go together. If you ask just about kleptocracy, whether technology will help, technology will not help to fight kleptocracy unless we will not fight kleptocracy. And that I'm talking about democracies, because those bad guys who have stolen money from their own people, they invested those money in democracies, in London, in Cyprus, in few other locations, in tax havens. So, and our systems allow it. We are not tracing them enough successfully. Whether technology will help us to trace it? No, there is no enough will. And if there is not enough will, technology will not help.
And we're going to leave it there. Thank you to the three of you, Jerzy, Chris, Don, for this really interesting conversation. I'm appreciative. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much.
In just a moment, a look forward towards the future of democracy.
Greetings and welcome to our session on the future of democracy for the Denver Democracy Summit. I'm Nazanin Barmer, Director of the Scrivener Institute of Public Policy at the Korbel School, and I'm joined for this session by Colorado Governor Jared Polis. Thank you so much for being here, Governor.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Nazanin.
Governor, Colorado is often referred to as a purple state. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've learned about bipartisanship by leading and governing in a state with an electorate that's divided among liberals, conservatives, and independents?
Firstly, the unaffiliated voters are the largest voter group we have. And I think most unaffiliated voters, and frankly, many Republicans and Democrats, they care more about issues than they care about party or partisan politics. And so, I've always been clear why I ran for governor, what I want to do, expanding early childhood education, renewable energy, saving people money on healthcare. And we do, work with anybody on any side to get that done. And many of our, I think 95% of the bills that came out of our state legislature last session were bipartisan. And there's a lack of trust in many of our institutions. And that's not just government, it's also the media, it's many others. But I think by delivering results that help improve people's lives, we can restore that trust and really make sure that state government, regardless of party, serves the people of our state.
Following up on that question, Governor, I'm interested to ask you what you think, what steps a state like Colorado can take to promote and protect democracy and instill democratic values among citizens.
Well, on the actual mechanics of voting, we're pretty good. So that's a great, exciting thing. We have great enfranchisement laws and registration, motor vehicle registration, pre-registration. We have electoral, but you can vote. Most people vote by mail, but you don't have to. You can actually go in not only on election day, but on early voting. So the mechanics of it are great, but I think it goes more to the trust in the institution themselves. I think we've learned this last year that we cannot take our democratic republic for granted. We have to continue in every generation to renew the values of democracy. And I think it's important to show that we meet people's needs and are responsive, and not only are the only legitimate form of government, a concept that dates back to the early theorists of liberal democracy. The only just government is one with the consent of the governed, but also an efficient one in delivering results for people, because rather tragically, at the end of the day, there's a constituency that cares about results over legitimacy. We have to show that we can deliver on both.
Governor, you mentioned Colorado's mail-in voting system, which has been in place, of course, since 2013 and is considered extremely secure. But in the 2020 presidential election, as we just saw, we heard many unfounded concerns that more mail-in voting across the country as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic would lead to fraud. And this speaks to your point that you just made about legitimacy. What does this controversy reveal about voting rights in the state of American democracy today?
Well, it's interesting because mail-in voting was never a partisan issue till President Trump made it one. It's been supported by Democrats and Republicans in Colorado. Republicans and Democrats have won by it. In fact, one of the reasons that President Trump lost the election is he told his supporters not to vote via mail, which suppressed Republican turnout. Whether it cost them the election or not, I mean, Biden won by such a large margin, but certainly Trump would have gotten 1 million or 2 million more votes, probably some more votes, had he not actively told his own voters not to vote. So hopefully we can move past that here. I mean, in Colorado, we kind of looked in bewilderment at the rest of the country saying, what are you talking about? We've been, look, I mean, I'm 45 and I think I've been voting by mail since I can remember. I mean, maybe when I was 18 or 20, I voted once or twice in a precinct polling place, but my whole life experience is voting by mail. So it's very strange to see, and most Coloradans share that. And so it's very strange to see in these other states there, this worry about the way that we've been doing it. And it's had great results in terms of increasing voter turnout in Colorado. And for people who don't want to vote by mail, they absolutely don't have to. You can absolutely go in if you lose your ballot or you didn't get it or you just don't like the mail, you can vote another way too.
I just moved to Colorado a few months ago, and it was my first time voting by mail. It was wonderful.
What state did you move in from?
From California.
Yeah, and they've allowed it for a while, I think, too, but not Colorado. It's been the default. I mean, if you don't, unless you really try to vote some other way, it's just the default way that you did it. You do it.
As a final question, Governor Polis, it's our privilege at the Korbel School to work with students, many of whom are in the audience today, who are preparing to launch their careers in public service. What advice might you have for these students on leading lives of purpose oriented toward the civic good?
Well, I'm excited that so many of you want to make a difference for our communities, for equity, for efficiency of government. Personally, I began my own career in the private sector. I was an entrepreneur, launched several different companies. Went into the public sector through education, started a charter school, was on the State Board of Education, and decided when the opportunity presented itself that I wanted to go full-time into making a difference for my fellow Coloradans and fellow Americans. When I ran for United States Congress in 2008 was the election. I started in 2007, of course. And that's, what public service is all about, no matter what role you're in, is looking to serve our fellow humans, and whether it's local, state, federal, international NGOs, so many ways to do that, to make a difference. And I know that that's your motivation in going into this work. And I think it's what throughout your career, whatever form it takes, will make your work rewarding and purposeful.
Thank you so much for joining us, Governor Polis, and for those inspiring parting words. Great to be here with you.
Thank you, Nazneen.
And now for our final session of the Denver Democracy Summit, I'll pass it over to Dean Fritz Mayer and our resident artist, Cal.
Hello again, Fritz Mayer, Dean of the Korbel School of International Studies here at the University of Denver, and proud host of the Denver Democracy Summit. Well, it's been just an extraordinary 2 days. Yesterday, I thought was just amazing focus on state of democracy around the world and a number of the very particular threats of misinformation, COVID, climate that face democracy. And today we focus much more on the U.S. democracy, the state of it, and the extent to which we can, here in the U.S., lead the world. And ended with, I think, on a perhaps more hopeful note than many of the other conversations, that is the role, particularly of young people in civic engagement around the world. Extraordinary 2 days, incredible speakers, incredible insights. For those of you who have been with us the last 2 days, you've seen from time to time we've peeked in on our artist in residence, Kevin Cal Gallagher, who has been drawing sketches throughout the day, both days, with his insights into the commentary that he was hearing. And joining me now is Cal. And Cal, welcome. Cal is just an extraordinary, he's one of the world's great political cartoonists. He is the cartoonist at The Economist magazine, where he's been for, I think now 45 years, also at the Baltimore Sun, a phenomenal political cartoonist and indeed political commentator. So Cal, thank you so much for being with us these last 2 days and for all the work you've put in. It's quite extraordinary to watch you work.
Well, it's been a whole lot of fun. It's also been a great privilege to be a part of this and watch all the great commentaries we've been hearing. I'm a guy who's been used to sketching in pen and ink and all that stuff. Part of the excitement for me is I've been working with a digital pen with an iPad, creating instant work and making little animations out of them too. So I thought I'd show you a few that I've done today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, love to do that. Let's. I think people have seen a little windows into them, but love to go through sort of the things you saw and the things that inspired you to draw what you've drawn today. So take us through some of of your sketches from the day.
All right. Well, the first one was I'm going to just play it here back on a time lapse replay. We are talking about Uncle Sam and America's relations in the world and the problems that we have trying to regain some of what we lost over the past 4 years. And people talked about America as the kind of the sheriff, and made me kind of conjure up this idea of the guy who's been asleep for a little while and who comes back into town. But China and Russia start exerting themselves more on the international stage, and the allies are bringing their attention to it. So here you can see, it looks pretty funny. While you were asleep, the autocrats returned to town. So it's like a bad cowboy movie where the guys in the black hats are finally going to be causing some mayhem.
That's great. I think that's one of the big themes of the 2 days, the extent to which the U.S. is is back or not. Are we ready to lead the world again? Is the world ready to receive us and to allow us to play that role again? Certainly a major theme through the days. And of course, as you're picking up on, the U.S. has there was a bit of a vacuum. I think someone described the notion that when we were away, there was a vacuum into which autocrats and others stepped. And so you've captured that beautifully.
Well, the
what
next
do you got
one
here? The next
well,
one.
We had a couple of sessions that were talking about the state of American politics. And, I'm a guy who lives and breathes this, and I thought it was bad. When I heard the speakers today, I felt really depressed about where the kind of directions we're going. And basically, we're seeing the shadow of January 6th looming large, right? It's still out there in a big way. And that it looks like things from a lot of people who are inside Washington were painting the picture that it's not going to get any better anytime soon. So here is a cartoon that kind of I was inspired by these words to kind of see where America is today. How would I symbolize it? And of course, the great symbol is the eagle. And I thought that we had, well, of course, eagles have wings, and so the right wing and the left wing are, I think, going in directions that are going to be hard to reconcile. And that's kind of where I kind of ended up with this. The poor national symbol is now in 3 parts.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the Eagles will be taking flight anytime soon. Mm-hmm. And there was a lot of conversation, of course, on the extent of polarization. I was fascinated listening to Senator Bennett, Senator Flake today, almost wistful. So looking back at a time when it was less so.
Right.
It's a hard problem. It's clearly multifaceted and something many people put their fingers on. How we push back at that polarization, that extent to which those two wings don't, as it were, talk to each other or connect is certainly one of the major themes we heard throughout the 2 days here, Cal.
Mm. Yeah, and following up on that same theme here, this is a cartoon that even when the parties know, or there are elements within Washington or across the country that figure out that they need to find a way forward. And we all know in order to, the art of governing in a democracy is the art of compromise. And that seems to be lost. And it seems like I wanted to capture this in a visual sort of way. And unfortunately, it seems just like the picture describes.
Yeah, I mean, you've caught the sort of fundamental structural problem that many speakers pointed to, the fact that the incentives faced by, in particular, members of Congress are not to take that first step. In fact, the way in which our political system is set up right now, whether because of natural sorting of the population into red and blue states, or gerrymandering in the case of the House of Representatives, you have a situation where anyone who reaches across the aisle now gets punished. And that is a very, very difficult situation for compromise, or indeed for democracy. So,
in fact,
who is, by the way, going to take the first step here?
I'll leave that to everyone else to decide. Well, the thing is that, Fritz, is that, when we talk about all these things, that it makes it sound like things are really bad, right? And that there's no way out of it. And so the latter part of our conversations today were on the more positive side, or giving us some prospects for hope. And that's where I started to come around this idea where if democracy is this wonderful bus which houses all sorts of different folks from the rich to the poor and across the spectrum, that everything's going great, but right now the bus is in mud. We're really stuck to a large degree, and trying to find a way out is tricky. Well, we heard today from a lot of youth activists and civic activists, people who have energy, who feel strongly about the prospects of the future for democracy, so they can be coming from behind and help to push. And of course, for us to get out of this, civic engagement is going to be a big part.
Well, I love it, and indeed, I love the energy, particularly the young activist panel, but the notion that at the end of the day, it's not just about government or governmental leaders who are going to solve this problem. Indeed, it's all of us. It's kind of an all hands on deck problem. And I found that, hopeful in a way. One of the great strengths of democracy ultimately is that if we can name a problem, if we can, as a community, talk about, learn about, and focus on a problem, then perhaps we have a way out. We have a way to pull ourselves out of the mud. And you've captured that beautifully with that cartoon. So, all right, now what are we looking for? I think we're really talking about the overall theme of the day, right?
Yeah, this is kind of the summation, I think, Fritz, because it's really a step beyond just what you were talking about. I couldn't help notice over 2 days that the problems that are facing our democracies, and we all know it, we all feel it, things aren't right, are formidable. And in fact, they can look big, the issues, they can look menacing, and in such a way that maybe this great institution will not be able to be up to handling these problems.
Yeah.
However, when I was trying to conjure this into an image, I could only think of a snarling wolf pack surrounding the vulnerable democracy, because
not looking good
described yesterday as both resilient but fragile. But then I felt so much more encouraged today after hearing from the young folks and the civic leaders, and also by the fact that we have a large amount of people watching and engaged in this conference shows that we have civilians, citizens who are just as concerned as I. And if we link together, if we all fight together, democracy is a culmination of lots of people's interests and joining arms and pushing way forward, that we can face these threats and we can tackle them and move on to the next problem.
Well, Cal, I think that captures almost perfectly what I would say is the big takeaway as well, the big theme of the conference. Yes, there are enormous challenges. We've identified them in the course of these 2 days, and there's plenty to worry about. But at the same time, that sense of, resilience in the society that in the end, the people, like all of the people now part of the audience today, all of us have a role to play there. I can see us somewhere in that crowd, I believe, backing up democracy. Well, Cal, wonderful images, wonderful insights. Thank you so much for being with us these 2 days and for sharing your remarkable talent.
Appreciate it, man. I look forward to it next time.
And many thanks as we come to the end of 2 days. First, to all of the speakers, extraordinary. We are in your debt, to be sure. Wonderful conversations over these 2 days. Many thanks to our partner, the Alliance of Democracies, who's partnering with us in the summit and who will be hosting the upcoming summit in Copenhagen. Particular thanks to Torch Media, who've done a splendid job managing the technology here, and to the extraordinary staff here at the Korbel School who've done just fantastic work in pulling this together. And finally, thanks to all of you who've joined us at the summit these past 2 days. We've had more than 3,000 people join us for part or all of the 2 days. It is just so heartening to see such a level of interest in this topic. And as we were just talking about, very, very encouraging. And we hope you've learned a lot in these 2 days, have a better understanding both of the challenges, and that you have a clear idea of the path forward from here. So thank you all for being with us. For those of you who registered for the breakout groups, they will be starting in just a few minutes. Again, there's a separate link that you have gotten in your email. So on behalf of all of us at the Korbel School at the University of Denver, thank you for being with us.
you.